All right. Hey, we're just getting started over here. Without further ado, it's Sunday. So, process of elimination states it must be the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. You know, it doesn't happen on a Saturday. It doesn't happen on a Monday. Only on a Sunday. You're gonna catch this, unless you watch it on YouTube, and then, hey, whatever day. Just out here getting ready for a little Spectre kill. You know, what better way to get started? How far in are we? All right, almost halfway. 40, call that 41%. Take this over here with some more room. Uh, one, two, three, four, five players online. Or wait, hold on. One, two, three, four DOZ players. A level one logger. We got this weirdo that's been just in the over there all night. Is what it is. Sunday morning. Red 99. You know, it's sparse. Sparse in the morning. But we'll see some more, I'm sure. Resist my fear? Sheesh. Try that again. My goal here, get XP, get plat. And once the crew wakes up, maybe we'll reevaluate things. You know, maybe I'll play something in like a group role. You know? Until the pals wake up though, I'm soloing, you know? What choice do I have? By every way, shape, and form, we are just getting started over here. Oh, there goes my dead eye. Need that. Oh, too easy with the fear. It's dark blue. Puff it out for this last. There we go. Let's say for this last second till he turns. There he turned. Easy mode. Hey, I know it's not the rise and grind, but I got the coffee in hand. I need it. I need it in the morning. I'm missing so much. There we go. I'll take the bronzes. They're not going far. If I start getting encumbered, though, I gotta make a trip to the bank or something. I don't want to be encumbered out here. One thing to carry a bunch of plat, like, you know, that's a risk that I understand and I'm willing to take, but being encumbered, that's just reckless. Um, so I did name this stream Running Amuck. I'll tell you what I had in mind. When I first made that name, I was like, oh, I'll play the bard, right? And I'll just kind of run around. But I don't know, maybe later, right? I ended up on a shot. If you were hearing the sounds when I'm setting up the stream, right? I have this volume on with the camera off and stuff, right? When I'm setting up, I mean, you might have heard me log in and out of a few this morning. Couldn't decide what I wanted to do, where I wanted to do it. It's one of those days, right? I don't have a clear plan like last week, right? Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 30 last week was I knew what I was doing there. I was playing a level 30 in Mistmore. Level 30 something now. Another Troll Shadow Knight. Leapfrog him a little bit with this level 42. See what we can do. Strong beans and stronger buds. Yeah, it's what we need in the morning. You know? What we need right now. Right now it's the morning. What we need in the morning. It'll be right now later too. I've accidentally picked up a little mummy here. Let's just deal with this. I don't mind a little rabies every now and then as a treat, but there we go. Let's snare this, fear this, and it's too easy. Splendid Genesis, how you doing this morning? We got a question of the day coming up in a couple hours. Hope you're here for it. So I've interacted with every player on this list except for Tsunami. I don't know Tsunami. I've seen Dumpstrel. Saw Dumpstrel somewhere in Permafrost. I went to go look for them, and then they were no longer in Permafrost. I'm like, oh, they must have gated out. But then I seen Ruth Bader X coming into Permafrost, who was a cleric. It's like, yeah, they must need a res, you know. So I just missed them last night. That's the, you know, but I'm with a name like Dumpstrel, you think maybe Bard, right? It's got like Minstrel in it. You think, you know, we don't know yet. Let's do it. How many bards are online? There is a bard online. How many druids? 2 druids. Let's look here. Bumza and Big Timer. How many pallies? Just love with the eye. Ruth Bader X, the only cleric. I'm the only Shadow Knight. Hentai's the only Necro. yeah. Alright, here we go. Let me... So we haven't figured out Tsunami. I don't have a button for spamming through those right now. I'd have to do it the old-fashioned way, type out all these classes. I might, you know? Need a little mana anyway. Let's do it. Let's see what we see. Lighten the load here. Okay. Let's count Monk. Oh. Rogal. We should have 1 warrior, right? Yeah, we got a warrior. Count. Shaman. Not a shaman. What else? What are classes? Ranger. Not a ranger. Make sure they're still on. Okay. Not a magician. They're the lone enchanter that's online right now. Now we know. 3 level 60s. They're not level 60. Alright, so there's somewhere between 56 and 59, right? Did count commands, narrowed it down. We'll keep going with that. 59 enchanter. Now we know, hey, you're not gonna be sneaking around when we got sub 20 players online. I'm gonna see the who. I'm gonna eliminate possibilities. We're gonna figure you out. Alright, trying to kill it on the little island here. Let's see how it goes. Might be a little close to the other one still. Yep. Let's say yes. Come on back. Come on back. Come on back. Don't pull your friend. Don't do it. No, he didn't. Okay. Hey, that's not bad, I guess. If I cast on it, I probably will. Okay, hold on. There we go. I've seen worse outcomes with fear near other stuff. Not losing haste. This was more what I expected. Just going straight off the edge into the water. So I like to just pull him to land usually. You know? Method to my madness. Either way, whatever. Should be coming back. Oh, there he is. I was gonna say, where'd he go? Stun me. So, I was thinking of maybe playing the Enchanter. If we get to do a group thing. I'll play Chanter. Maybe I'll keep something Mez for DPS. Depends where we are. You know, I don't want to, like, play too risky. But I would sure love to, you know, no risk, no reward. There's gotta be a little risk in there. I need a healer. I'm not playing Enchanter with no healer. Did that one stream. I think I died 8 times. Is that a disaster stream? It's like an average of 1 per hour. I think, like, gotta risk it for the biscuit. It's Roscoe Jenkins. You're so correct. You're so correct. Hey, if you end up logging in, I'll play I'll play Ruby, level 50 Enchanter looking for work, you know? Meanwhile, though, I'm just chilling. I'm already up, I don't know, probably like 7 or 8%. We just got started. Just keep selling the sides as I loot them because they're heavy. I don't want all that weight. If these vendors were a little friendlier to me, I'd check them all. They're not. They're not. They don't. They don't do the friendliness to me. I could dig a little bit though. Gonna pawn off the kids and hop on. That's what's up. Do what you gotta do. Ooh, onyxes. Just digging. It looks like I've dug to the bottom pretty much. I'm not seeing too much new stuff here. Okay, yeah, golden pennant. We're getting there. Large bronze pauldron. I think I sold that here. Like, that was smart. Good move. Berry stuff worse. Everything's so expensive. I want gems. I guess Jade Ring will have to go. Should be sitting while I do this. What am I thinking? Okay, there we go. Now we're talking. You see anything new this time? Maybe an extra bronze scythe? I hate that the scythes end up in 2 stacks for some reason. I don't know why that is. Alright, now we're still seeing stuff here. Still digging. That might be it now, though. My inventory's full. Okay. Well, dump stuff. Dump some cheapy stuff. I hate to dump in tadpole flesh, but it's just taking up too much room right now. Saving all the enchanter pages. Definitely dump that. Alright, I'll look one more time. See what this vendor has hidden. I gotta get spendy though. Alright. Is anything here new? No. It's the same old list. Confirmed. We got to the bottom of it. I could buy a couple golden pendants just for, you know, lighten my plat load, but maybe later. Maybe later. Get back to the kill, and 40 mana is plenty of mana. For this task at hand, anyway. Oh, I still never bought Cancel Magic, but to be fair, I haven't left this spot, right? That was Thursday, Rise and Grind, where we noticed I don't have Cancel Magic on Huey here, right? I dinged so much I didn't go. I think that's a level 39 spell, right? I think it's the only level 39 spell or something. No, there's others. I haven't bought any of them yet. Something like that. I feel like Shadow Knight's got some skulls at 39. Maybe it's like some weird level, maybe. Maybe it's like 37. Or maybe I'm totally wrong. You'd think I'd know every Shadow Knight spell, you know, by level. I've leveled enough Shadow Knights at this point. But I kind of wing it, you know? Go to the vendor, see what I see, and when I realize I'm missing something, maybe I go back to the vendor. I've never... This is new to me. Uncharted territory. I've played a couple Shadow Knights. One of the craziest things, it's Roscoe Jenkins. One time I uploaded an old stream to YouTube, right? That's what happens, right? The Twitch stream's up, and then I put it on YouTube a little later, so because Twitch doesn't hold them forever. Anyway, whatever. It was a video of me playing Shadow Knight. I was playing like Orc Friend or something, like a super geared Shadow Knight. Maybe it was even Pewee. It might have been when I first made Pewee. Whatever. Anyway, in the comments, some guy was like critiquing my play and said it's obvious I've never played EverQuest before or something like that. That's a new one. That's a new one for me. Usually, you know, because you know what I was doing? I was hitting and moving because I was killing like a couple crocs at once or something. I was killing some low level stuff that attacked faster than me, so I'd hit it and run, get my delay back. And according to the commenter, that's a very you know, I mean, dead giveaway that I don't know what I'm doing. It's like, I was kind of baffled because on a Shadow Knight, I think it looks like I know what I'm doing. You know, maybe if I'm playing a cleric or something, I'm letting the group die, I'm not healing. You know, I'm doing stuff like, you know, battle cleric stuff. I could see, sure, an argument for that. I don't know what he's doing. Obvious noob. Come on, Shadow Knight? Shadow Knight in like Upper Guck or something like that? Me and Crushbone say it to my face. I know. It's alright. Maybe, if you know, maybe he was just trying to get a reaction out of me, in which case, mission accomplished, because here I am months later bringing it up again, you know? Can't get over this. Anyway, the little like kite method, it works great. You know, Spectres can cast a little bit or whatever. Do the life tap, they can do some stuff from downtown. Not 100% effective. That's pretty dang effective. I'm taking a little bit of beats though. Home to land. Item. You know, the way I should be doing it. Anything less than pulling to land and fear kiting is cutting corners. Let's face it. I would never cut a corner. Yeah, what's this level 19 doing in the over there? Like, holy shit. These things have been like sneaking up on me. I didn't even see him. The dude, what's going on? You're just getting started over here. How you doing? I have a little fear here. For now, I want to do a group. I want to get a little group going. So if anybody's down, we got, I see Stargate's online, you know? Maybe we can convince him the group XP bonus will make it worth it. You know, I know you got some sort of XP pipeline going on, but you know, help us. I want to get a group. I want to play Ruby. I don't care where. I'd go to the hole again, potentially. Just thinking out loud, you know. I know I was musing about maybe installing Quarm for this Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest, you know, but I just it didn't strike me. You know what I mean? Like the the spark of actually getting it done. You know what I mean? It didn't spark for me as far as it was a busy week, and then I kind of vegged out a little bit yesterday. Hey Chester, you want to come up? Chester made an appearance. I think it was Thursday morning. You gonna do it today, buddy? Oh, he's getting in position. Come on up. Come on up, buddy. Little Chester. Sit here. He's just looking at me like, blue. He's mad at me. He's giving me this like little stinky face. What's up, bud? Purring though. All the extra downloads. See, that was part of what my holdup was. You know what I mean? Like I was reading about how you need what's the name of that third party camera control add-on? That was like a step too far for me even, you know what I mean? Just like I started reading what I was about to have to do, and I was just like, I don't I don't have it in me today. Oh, the dude, Graps on. I hear you were doing a little SK work down in the hole. Maybe we can make it all the way to that camp in group today on Red. That'd be cool. If enough people come with, feeling I got it on Nui, right? The BP and the earring. It's a nice little party favor for a Shadow Knight. I vaguely remember the process, right? We got to kill the Mimic, get the key. It was like not a rare drop off the Mimic, but I don't think it was guaranteed. Lord knows I got enough Shadow Knights that I could use it. You know, Nui has both. But I never got on well adjusted yet. Huey here could probably get dragged to do it, you know. We got enough Shadow Knights in guild that sure love. 1 in 3 or 4. That's kind of what I was thinking too. I was thinking it was probably like 1 in 3 when we went, because we actually. Here's the thing. I had high hopes for that camp. We farmed a ton of keys, but then just couldn't get the people together before all my corpses with the keys rotted. You know what I mean? I had them. I didn't have them corpse anywhere convenient, so it was like a whole friggin' process. Third one dropped it. That's nice. Had a bunch of keys. This was like last year or something. I had a bunch of keys corpsed. And then out of those corpse keys, I was able to get mine on Nui. But, you know what I mean? Time constraints, etc., etc. We just never got any other Shadow Knights down there. Gotta have a great puller or good CC. Yeah. I think the key that we ended up finally succeeding with was actually, we ended up like in there. We were like right around the corner from it. And then it ended up being a pretty easy farm after that. Once we had it down, we had a nice solid group, good DPS. Too bad you don't do the kill after that, right? Same spot. Otherwise, we probably would have got them all done same day, you know? But you got to get in there, get the mimics, mimic, drop, whatever, however many you need, and then get to the other part for the mummy, right? It was like different area. I don't even remember. Turn in, feign death, and can single pull. Right, okay, gotcha. Interesting. We might have did that. So it was like last year. Finished the whole thing yesterday. Nice. That's the way to do it. Sometimes, you know, you plan to just take a little break from something. You're like, oh, we'll get back to this in 7 days. No. We were getting back to it like 7 days and 14 minutes, you know, which is just too long. Barely missed the corpses. Yeah, sounds like we're gonna go to the hole. Anybody wants to join us? Antonio's block party. Good to see him. I'm thinking about playing a enchanter in the hole, but it depends, right? It depends what we get. Looks like maybe right now. Let's see what who's coming. The dude, you down? You got it in you today, this early Sunday? Just getting started over here. We got 6.5 hours of grinding. It's like basically a full shift. We got a whole shift going on. All right, let's see. All right. So far, we got 3 players. If the dude wants to come, that could be 4. Still got room for 2. It'll be fun. I lost my haste. Stunned. Wow. Long stun. Wow. Is there an XP bonus going on or something? This is crazy for solo. I'm not even in a group yet. Group XP on this server is even better, which is fun. Let's see here. Sell a couple scythes. And then maybe I'll take my port. I mean, make a silent move. Oh, when you say you finished it, you really finished it. Grats. Big grats. That's what's up. Getting linked to this from green. It's not bad stats. It's really not. Pretty quick too. 45 delay, that's not bad. Not bad. You can get some footwork in with that. Make a silent move here. Oh. Crashed. Almost always crash when I camp. Still. You know, I had it seemed a little better for a second there, and then they patched again. It's like back to nonsense. A big congrats to you. Alright, I'm getting on Ruby. If anybody wants to join us, you know, the dude, you're more than welcome. Anybody's looking for some XP in the 40 plus. Let's call it 39 plus even. We don't have any 60s coming, I don't think. So it's like I'd go with 39 plus. Anybody. I'm gonna guess big bottleneck for the Shao Knight Epic would be the that one blade. I think of the name of it. When the plane drops. Right? Been a long time. Let's see. Ruby. Soul Leech, yeah. That's a tough one. I'm pretty sure I had it on my, my band account, RIP. And I didn't do nothing.
Yonder Wiley subscribed to your channel for 21 months.
Yonder Wiley, what's going on? Thank you for that. Hey, we're just getting started over here. You're just in time. About to form up like Voltron. I want to go to the hole. You know? Unless somebody got a better idea. We haven't gone anywhere yet. We're just about to. We don't have a port out. We might hang out pre-ledge for a little bit, you know what I mean? For real though, Yonder Wiley, thank you for that sub. I appreciate that. How you doing this morning? Oh, we got Ludwig Von in the house. Let's go. Let's get assembled. This is gonna be a nice little group. Okay. Maybe, just maybe, I might have to play the healer though. Right? We got a tank. Well, we got a shaman healer. Is that enough? We'll have to find out. Probably not enough for golems. We don't got Torpor, right? He's a lower level shaman. We'll see. Return of the Toxic Cleric. It might have to be. You know? Tried to stop me. I can't. I can't stop. Yeah, okay. Well, so I might be a little redundant then if we got a bard and we got a shaman. Maybe I should play the healer, right? As much as I want to get Ruby some XP, I can solo XP in theory, right? I could do that another time. Maybe a Thursday rise and grind. Let's make another silent move. Move in silence. Real quick. Toxic Cleric returns again. And you'll see why he's the Toxic Battle Cleric. Didn't get that name because of all the heals I cast. I'll cast one if I got it. I didn't crash, but then I did crash. Right? It gave me like a late crash. That was interesting. Usually I crash when the screen goes black. Instead of going to character select, I get the error pop up. This time I went to character select and then the error popped up when I exited that. That's interesting. That's new. Hope it's not an issue. It wasn't like a bad crash. I mean, didn't lock me out. Alright, Toxic Battle Cleric, let's go. Coming all the way from the Mountains of Wrath.
There he is.
Hey, thank you for that follow. I'm a Toxic Battle Cleric because, you know, I like to keep my melee attack going. At times I should be sitting and medding. No, I'm standing and swinging. And just when you thought it was safe, here comes the AoE proc. It's the PvP server. Friendly fire is on. Nobody's safe. They're getting hit by the AoE, whether they like it or not. I assume they like it. Otherwise, they'd probably complain, right? None of my pals have ever complained about it, so I'm pretty sure they love it. Let's get that ready. The poisoned wind sensor. We'll bust that out when we're in there. It's really annoying when there's pets in the group, when I'm accidentally hitting the pets and then the pets attack me. That's always fun. It's my own fault. Anyways. Little jog. I do see a couple people.
There he is.
Hey, thank you for that follow. This is the Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST 2025, of which it is episode number 31 of 2025. Did you know that the Sunday SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST started in 2024? We're on year 2. But for the 2025 count, that started January 1st. Whatever, you know? Started the count for 2025. North Row and Oasis were happy when you sped through. That's what I like to see. Hey BG834, how you doing this morning? It's good to see you. You're just in time. We're just getting started over here, about to form a group. I'm gonna be the healer, and by that I mean I'm gonna be the battle cleric, right? I think I got an eye patch of plunder, and I'm not gonna use it. I'm trying to proc more. I might click it off, but you know what I'm saying. I'm here for the action. Yeah, I'm the healer. All right. Big Ludwig Von in the group. Best defense is a good offense. It's such a true thing. Such a very true thing. All right. Let's see. Is there any gear that I wouldn't mind upgrading here? What do I got? Serpentine Bracer. Interesting choice. I must have wanted that dex. I could maybe upgrade that. Potentially. There we go. Whatever works. Alright, here's the part where you get to watch me fizzle all my mana. There we go. Hey, it actually worked. Okay. Only thing we don't have is a port out. Trying to think this through here. Well, if everybody has a gate pot, and by everybody I mean Crack and Ludwig, right? The only people that can't gate. It's actually nice outside for once, you say, Justin Beard. What's going on? It's good to see you. We're just getting started over here, about to group in the hole. Alright, you don't have one. I don't think I have any to give you on me, but try to get one in. There we go. Stargate coming in clutch. Okay. Figuring out the logistics of this. We don't need a porter if everybody can get out, right? Gate pot. Okay. Keep pushing. Sunday morning hole action. It's been I would say it's been a while, but we actually just came here a couple weeks ago and it was great. Excellent time. I only wiped the group. You know, we came twice. And I think I wiped the group both times. I'm living up to the name Wipeout. One of those times was too much healing. That was my issue. You know, if I just chilled on the heals, we would have been better. But I healed the puller while he was doing a feign death. I trained the group. You know, if I just kept not paying attention and not worrying about people's HP, you know, battle cleric style, we would have been just fine. All right. Zone in here. Well, I gotta do another another silent move real quick. This is the thing about grouping, right? There's always a little bit of logistics getting started. If it was you know, blue or green server, maybe we'd buy a port. But it's red server, you know, we take care of our own over here. Make a silent move. I'll get on Daldane, pick up our tank. Give our tank a gate pot, right? And then everybody will be gate potted that needs to get out. And we could go as deep as we want. Although, since we still have room for two, maybe we won't go too deep yet. We'll see. Blue, it's tough to find a port? Wow. I never would have guessed. I would have figured easy. G's move in silence like lasagna. It's so true. The first time I heard that line, I thought he said real cheese move in silence like lasagna because lasagna has cheese. I'm like, what a weird thing to say. But then I heard it again. I said, oh, geez, that works so much better because lasagna has a silent G, but the cheese in lasagna, you know, while also being silent, it didn't quite feel like it fit there. That was yep, that was a silly one. Sometimes your ears play tricks on you and you hear what you want to hear. Alright, I'm trying to get back in. I crashed on camp, so it's there we go. It always locks me out for a couple extra seconds, which are, you know, some of the longest seconds of my day. I'm trying to enjoy EverQuest over here. Let me in. Let me at 'em. Comes Dullboy. Just to do a quick port. And then comes phase 2 of the logistics of this group, right? Opening the door. We'll figure it out. Cross that bridge when we get there. I can stop making a silent move. Be a nice quick little pick up here. How do I not see this guy? Oh, because I didn't cast See Invis yet. Wow. I looked at the See Invis buff. Just didn't cast it. Hilarious. This will be fun. This is going to be good. We got quite the group. Quite the motley crew. A little Spirit of Wolf going on. Oh, wait. Potion for you. There we go. I almost forgot. Move a little bit away from the rings. Logging into the middle of the rings is always a risky move. PvP server and all. Alright, anyway. The last silent move over here. Hopefully for the whole stream. That'd be nice. Get back to Alright, my camp is going off, so I didn't get the answer. I asked the guild if I'm the one opening the door here. Let's assume yes. Right, unless Ludwig Von got it. In which case, one more silent move. I'm guessing it's me. Right, Mr. Nice Guy gonna open? My key guy? Wiki says 60 skill, you got 40. Okay, I got it. No problem. No problemo. When it's time to get out of here, maybe we'll find you a port to the Fallen or something. You know what I mean? Okay, it's letting me in now. Now we're good. All right, Mr. Nice Guy incoming. I'll open the door. We'll be into the action very shortly. Who was foraging out here? Oh, maybe Ludwig von. Okay. I was like, what? That's sketchy. Almost back. Okay. Now you get to see the way a pro does it. You can't cast Shrink outside, right? But you can use a Shrink potion. We'll get the dude a key later. I can open that door for you. The elevator door. But right now, let's get to the task at hand here, which is getting in the hole. All right, that's the task. Take KH fan. Hey, how you been? Good to see you. We're just getting started over here just in time. Literally, I soloed for the first hour or thereabouts, and then we had a super fast little logistics session over here, and we're just finishing that up now. You say just getting started on the main attraction here, the real grind. Drink an ants potion, right? I'm a little tiny guy now. And you just gotta find the spot. I forget. It's up top corner. There's a spot here I could fit through pretty easily. Like this corner right here. There we go. Gotta be tiny. Gotta be like a gnome. Maybe a shrunken person. Just got off THJ. Gotta play while it lasts. Yeah. Okay. What do you think about the filing? Right? Have you seen the response that was filed? I'm sure you've seen it. It's all over the EverQuest news. It just happened a couple days ago. I think it might have been Thursday or Friday. We saw the court papers. What THJ's lawyers have responded. It's bold. It's even bolder than I thought they would be. You know what I mean? I knew they would be bold. I was saying, wow, look how bold. But like, they're really bold. I guess that's cool, you know? What do you think? Yeah, you gotta give it a check. I found it on Reddit. But if you're in my Discord, are you a member of the Swamp? It's the place to be. I got it linked there too. Hold on. Let me get a little personal invitation for you. That Discord right there, I'm going to pin the link. Called the Swamp. Come on down, the water's fine. It's the place to be. We're discussing EQ news of all sorts. We're discussing MTG happenings. There's a lot to talk about, you know? LFG, if anybody wants to invite me. Got a question of the day coming in about an hour. What's a Sunday tradition? Right? We got a lot of traditions. First, we're always just getting started. Second, any oppositional players, they're gonna get swung on. Especially I'm on the toxic battle cleric. You think I got patience for any sort of nonsense? No. No way. We're going for it. Pull me on over. Yeah. Everybody's in, right? We got room for two. I told the Discord, or I told, told the flowers in the Discord first. If we don't get any answers, I guess we'll invite the public. Hidden tradition. Shout out to Stephanie EverQuest. Yes, that is a little bonus. Stephanie EverQuest is, we love her around here. The main character. They named the game after her. You know. That was a good passy. Nice, successful passy. Kill this Crusader. I'm not the tank, right? I gotta keep that in mind. I'm here for DPS. I'm not here to tank. Alright, I'm using the wrong weapon. I'll throw the Tash stick on for a sec. So we got Bard crowd control right now. It would probably be unwise for me to do an AoE. Especially a wave-based AoE, right? Gonna get nailed by charm pets, or I'm gonna break mezzes, whatever I do, it'll be counterproductive. You might even call it toxic. You know? So don't count it out from the toxic battle cleric, but I had to shut my fan off. I'm like freezing. We're just getting started over here. Anything could happen. This thing must like healed itself. Right? I looked away to try to shut the fan off. And I look back, it's very full HP. If I take off the haste, I'll get more procs. Oh, we're not all on the same thing. That's the issue here. Alright, I got an idea. Hold on. Allow contacts. I don't have say going. Alright, let's look at that. Now you can see. Uh-oh. What did it dispel? Had something. No, I don't. Okay. Dispelled a bard song. That's, I guess, preferable. I did a little heal. I just won't talk about it. I could be a toxic battle cleric and heal as long as I don't make a big deal about it. I'm hungry though. Yeah, I like this little hammer. I can try to proc a tash on it too. This doesn't really matter for these warriors. Almost 57. Wipeout was 55 for a while, right? And finally hit 56 to be able to get the res, the 96% res. Now we've been flying. It takes a village to raise a battle cleric. Let me turn attack on. What am I doing? I'm not even yelping over here. Know my role. Get toxic. Get a little toxic on them. They love this. I gotta summon some food. Like everybody getting hit by the toxic. It's fun. Oh boy. Would have tried to passy something. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. As long as we all focus the same thing. I'll wait to see what they're all focusing on this. Hey, pet DPS is good. Cool with that. Gives me a chance to summon some burnt bread. For a second I was like, oh no, where'd my shield go? Equipped. We're good. It's fine. About 90% in. Nice. And we still got room for 2. Hopefully, get the 2 nice and early, right? Get that full group going. And not have to backtrack to get anybody, right? 2. I guess there's another way, right? We could always drag late arrivals down and res. Just an extra step. You know, it's just wishful thinking over here. But that being said, it is bright and early on a Sunday. Some people, you know, not me, of course, but some people like to sleep in on a Sunday. I get it. I get it. I like to get up bright and early and start enjoying the EQ, you know? Norath won't wait. And especially early in the stream, it's interesting. You get an interesting little slice of life on the server, right? OOC is nice and quiet right now. This is good. This is good. He's being too rowdy. Like, are these other early risers, or are they still rolling from the night before? You know what I mean? I think it's a good mix at this hour. Kind of a shift change. Still really early on like West Coast USA, but it's also a global server. You know, if you're European, I don't even know what time it is over there. Look at a time zone thing. I'm gonna guess it's like at least noon, right? No. Yeah. $14 players, but hey, it's global. It'll be more later. If anybody's looking for a sparsely populated server where you could be somebody, come to Red 99. You know what I mean? At the very least, we'll all do our /who all and wonder who you are. You know what I mean? Even if nobody ever finds you, that'll just add more mystery, intrigue. Redness is corpse. We saw them last night. They were alive last night. So we might see some players come in here for a corpse recovery. At the very least, you know? When you see one, you'll see more, right? One thing this battle cleric needs, since seeing this, I gotta get on that. Just don't tell my ops. Don't tell my weakness. The Achilles heel and wipe out the friggin' very dangerous battle cleric. They don't know. It's important they don't know that. Kanos badge, yeah. We were on the Kanos badge train for a little bit. Anybody knows Ox? Ox helped us out. Getting that rolling. I got one on Sussy. I'm thirsty now. What? Burnt bread isn't good enough? Now I need summoned drink as well. What is this game coming to? I don't know why I'm always out of food and drink on this guy. You know what it is? It's because I hang out in a hostile area, right? I'm not somewhere I could just go vendor without walking more than 5 feet. You know what I mean? That's just too many feet. That'll help my mana regen. a big stun. Trying to stop it. I clicked off my haste to have a better chance per swing, right? Crucial to get this stun proc right here. I missed it. Oh, it feels a healing touch. It's a pally. Alright, good job, team. This should do it. Oh. Interrupted again. He's trying it. Interrupted again. Good job, Ludwig von. The big interrupts. Is that I grind this? Is that your new name? IGT. Going on. Question of the daytime? Almost. We gotta build a little hype first. We gotta build a little... How you doing? I guessed correctly, huh? Wonder what gave it away. I thought about it logically, right? You gotta think about these things logically. I broke it down into parts. I see a repeating pattern here. What's the pattern? Oh, it's IGT. What could IGT possibly stand for? Oh, it's I grind this. But of course. Good to see you. We're just getting started over here. Like, literally, look, we're in the entryway. We're crawling. We're doing a good traditional crawl, as Brad intended. The only thing we're missing is a little deeps, you know? Could use a little DPS down here right now. Nice when we got a charmed pet doing it. I know, I did. I had half of my pot of coffee so far. So far. So you could say I'm right where I need to be. And pretty soon I'll overdo it and I'll be bouncing off the walls. I'll be like, shut up, Chewy. I'll say no. Does Fippy Darkpaw shut up? No, he gets up, he howls at the friggin' moon. Because it's that early, the moon's still out, you know? We're just getting started over here. It's such a good group. Got Shadow Knight tank, Ludwig von crowd control, utility. We got Klupp, the mighty shaman, doing some big slows. And then we got me, battle cleric. You know, I have no time to sit. I gotta swing this hammer. You might notice a distinct lack of DPS. So that's for me, right? I must be the DPS. Half a pot of coffee on a battle cleric's dangerous. Yes. It is. I'll be busting out the AOE proc when I feel it's time. Time to proc on them. See, I can potentially got a little potential here to land the pacifier. What I can tell. See if it works. One feels less aggressive. Rocking the Sarnak Devastator at the moment. We got a little tiny ogre. Get the haste going. We don't even need a healer. But yeah, if any flowers of happiness want to join in on this, or anybody, any pals, you know, let's get down. Let's get some XP. We're about to go past the point of no return over here. We're almost to the ledge. Alright. Backstabs. That's the only issue. Pulling this one. Probably easier to fight it in place. Wow, look at this XP! It actually moved and we haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet. Yeah, question of the day coming in a half hour. Can you believe well, I got best. That route landed at the bad time for me. Or I ran out of bad time, I should say. What was I about to say? Something about questions of the days. How there's been this is the 31st one of the year. Believe it or not. Okay. Rock Golem. No time to screw around on these guys. The other thing though. Mental Channeler. I'm gonna try to pass it. Fingers crossed. Alright, we're good. Ready for this? Alright. Pulling with a stun. A resisted stun. They love that. Alright, I'm looking for my Ash proc. I don't use Gina, right? It's all natural. Reading skills. Gotta pay attention though. What am I looking for? Something about it's uncomfortable or something. Yeah, it's resisting you? Okay, I saw the slow land. Rock and Atash would make everybody's job a little easier. But I know I'm not landing any stuns until you know, even after the Tash. I might. I see some root procs landing though. There we go. Glances nervously about. That's what I was looking for. Still resist the stun, as I predicted. There we go. There's a stun. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I might be in trubs. Level 60. Rogie. Rogie Berra. I got a plan. Don't worry about it. Get on the backup plan. Could have been worse, right? We could have been somewhere deep. We weren't quite deep yet. I mean, to be real, not much a 50-something cleric can do against a 60 rogue, right? Not, not by myself, anyway. Just made a quick little exit there. Zone lines are safe, right? That's base. You touch base, you're safe. Everybody knows the rules. Trying to get it. Only issue is it keeps you locked out for a little bit, right? That's intentional though. If anybody's able to plug and come back extra super fast, you got to look at them a little sus, right? Because wait a sec, isn't there a lockout period? A pretty long one. Here it comes. Here I come. Flippy Dark Paw, what's going on? How you doing? It's almost question of the day time. Are you ready? I hope you guys like the question of the day today. It's you know, it's not always easy to come up with something. I think I came up with a decent one today. Get on. Get on with it. You already know what I'm planning. I think you know what I'm thinking. Or if you had to make a guess, what would you guess? Because I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I'll tell you exactly what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we go see how tough that rogue is, picking on someone their own size, you know? A large Shadow Knight versus a large rogue. I think that'd be a little more fun. A little PvP action. Yeah, rogue jumped us while we were fighting. We just got started in the hole. So, I think I was the only one in range. Well, not I think I was the only one. I was the only one in range. Level 60. So, you know, it's a bad situation to be the cleric in range. You know, what are you gonna do about it? Heal him to death? He's not gonna run out of mana in his daggers. I gotta be real. It's you gotta pick your battles, and I don't pick that one. The rogue picked that one. You know, I say no. You know, gotta kill me before I get to the zone line. That didn't happen. So anyway, quicker we. Wonder how the group's doing. Where we go? Is there anything I need? Let's see what we see out here. This is Newy, short for nice chewy. So nice chewy now, right? Ever since I came back. It's a new era, right? All right. Let's see here. What are we up to? Check the supplies. Might be a little low on golem wands over here, right? We got 4 golem wands in this thing. Wand of darkness. I gotta get rid of this. I don't want that. Anybody got a necro? I'll get you a wand of darkness. Let's see what we see out here. Trying to get the news. Trying to get the tea. What happened? What'd I miss? All right. Sounds like those guys left. A silent move, I guess. Get back to it. Might not be the last we see of them. Oh, camera's off. My bad. Let's see here. And it takes me 3 times to type the password. You know it's a good password. All right. Without further ado, some EverQuests. Oh, I saw my screen drag. Good thing I wasn't near a zone line. I got perma banned. I'm still so freaking mad about that. Not me. One of my guildies got perma banned for going behind his zone line. Honestly, ridiculous. I like not a month later see somebody in the green or blue. I think it was the green, or maybe it's the general. Either way, it was in the P99 Discord. Some newbie was like bragging about being behind the zone line / confused. You know what I mean? And it's all good. You know what I mean? As long as you're not on red server. If you're on red server, stay out of that forbidden space. Past the druid ring. Where is it? It's one of the hardest things for me to find in EQ. Pirat druid ring. I've gotten better at it over the years. You would hope. You would hope, right? With bard speed, at least you can kind of just run around till you find it. If that's the swamp line, though. I said bard speed, whatever. Where is it? Maybe I should have just went to. Alright, hold on. Lev fading. Let me track. Let me track. Now we're talking. See what we see down here. The Running Amuck title. I'm gonna live up to it now, right? I said I picked that name when I was planning on playing the Bard. Yeah, past it. Bard speed too fast. See what we see. Came to clear it out, but I think it's already clear. Yeah, they didn't want the smoke. Let's face it. That's what it is. Check inside. These bags are such a mess. Alright, let's see what we see in here. I've tried soloing this on the Bard. It seems maybe doable, but I don't know. You don't have much room right here at the entrance. We got a corpse there. Hasn't changed in time, it looks like. Interesting. Well, everybody's gone. Even my group's gone. Okay. I guess, that's that for now. Let's get back to soloing. Unless anybody wants to get something going. Everybody got spooked off. Let's see here. Ludwig von, where you at? It's Roscoe Jenkins. I got jumped by a 60 rogue. I was the only one in range to the rogue when I was on the battle cleric. You know what I mean? As battle cleric as I like to be, what am I gonna do against a buffed up 60 rogue? That's too much of a. You gotta pick your battles. So I said no. Right? Came back on something a little more. What I would think should have been there. Hey, maybe next time. Maybe next time. We're just getting started on phase 2 now. It's just about question of the day time. Almost. Question of the day, 7 minutes. You believe it's the 31st question of the day of 2025. Well, at least for Sundays, you know, if we had bonus questions in there, I'm not even counting those. I'm only counting the Sunday sampling. That's a lot. 31? If you were writing them on a piece of notebook paper, you'd be on the back of the page by now. You know what I mean? Like, no shame in turning tail. Listen, if I learned anything in this game, it's sometimes you got to go run for home base, right? The zone line's home base. It's safe. Who was the rogue? 60. Fight to the club. Yeah, it was all good. little scuffle. See what we see. Get into some stuff. There's no wrong way to play EQ, right? If you run out of alts, then you got to make a new one. But they can't. They're not gonna run me out of all my alts. See what's going on up here. This was kind of popping last night. I don't know. Did Vox die? When I went to bed, I think they were trying to reassemble. They had attempted it in the morning. When I woke up, there was a battle in progress. By the time I got here, the last 3 enemies were plugging. You know what I mean? They knew Timden was gonna tip the scales, so they called it a day before I even got like close enough, pretty much. Oh no, that's not true. I got in there. I got in there for a little bit, but then you know, that was the end of the morning. They were plugged out for a good portion of the day. I think they ended up sneaking back on later. Talking about EPIZ here and who else? I don't see anybody else on those. But anyway, they came back later last night. Like maybe a corpse recovery in progress for Dumpstrel, who's online right now. You know, I'll tell you all the tales. I'll tell you all the what I see. I say, but anyway, see me solo this Ice Giant. Yeah, Perma was popping yesterday. Exactly. Keeper of the tea. Yeah. Hey, speaking of tea, um, I should hesitate to even bringing this up before the scheduled question of the day, right? It has nothing to do with the question of the day. I just mean this is a topic that's going to dominate conversations once we really get into it. They took Vox down. Oh shit. Well, I think they had a corpse recovery to do after still because they came back last night. Zilkaril, hey, welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, hold on. Before the question of the day, I got just a little question. Did you guys see? I got it linked in the Discord. Did you see the THJ lawyer's response to the lawsuit? It's crazy. It's so bold. It's the most bold response I've ever seen. I don't know if it's almost too bold. You know, I want to see how it works out for them because it's like some of the boldest shit I've ever seen in my life. Basically like if other servers are allowed to, then we assumed we were too. Basically, like is what they're saying. Like EQ hasn't protected their IP, so basically it belongs to all of us now. And it's just you know what I mean. It's like a labor of love. They didn't really copy EQ at all. You know, since they kind of had to recreate things. It's a lot. There's a lot there, and it's like I said, it's so bold, so bold, almost too bold. I hope the end result isn't like, you know what, you're right. Other servers are doing this. Let's shut them down too. You know what I mean? Because that would be like, wow, thanks a lot. You know. We'll see. We'll see. But anyway, question of the day is coming in a couple minutes, so let's just we'll talk about that more in depth later. The whole response. We could even read it. I like to read it out loud. You know, I got to prove to the haters that I am in fact literate. You just got to give me a second. Let's sound them out phonetically. You know, give me a minute. Out of ammo. You gotta be kidding me. I gotta go get some ammo. I just proc? Yeah. You're not sure how you feel about it. You don't wish ill towards THA, but you don't like the way they're profiting off EQ. Custom rule set, not a new game, still EQ. You don't think people should be able to just hijack other people's IP. That being said, you think Daybreak should listen to the community, just produce TLPs with the THA or Quorum / P99 that the players obviously seem to want. Yeah, I mean they could give us what they want, what we want, right? They know what we want. They could probably give it to us better than anybody could. It's like somewhere, we assume they have original files and such somewhere, right? But no, it's crazy. Anyway, question of the day time. Question of the day. This one, I feel like if I asked it before, it was so long ago that I want to hear your opinion now in August 2025. But I don't think I've actually asked it. But like I said, I don't care. Even if I have. What's your favorite game besides EQ? I gotta know. Taking a survey. And you know what I mean? If it's a game I've never heard of, you better believe I'm going to be looking into it. Because, you know, I'm always looking for new games these days. Mossy G, you say Dark Souls. I've never played Dark Souls. It's like a whole genre now, right? The Souls-like. I think I gotta see what all the fuss is about. Missing out? Yeah, I've heard they're pretty difficult, right? That's like what sets them apart. Got EPIS in the zone. In the house. They know I'm out of arrows. They said now's my time. So the game you got most addicted to besides EQ was Ark Survival Evolved. That when it wasn't messed up by too many expansions. Um, Mossy G, once you get to it, you get it. Okay, gotcha. But the bosses take many tries. That's what I've seen. I've watched some Dark Souls. Antonius Block Party says Time Spitters 3 Future Perfect. Good FPS. Risk of Rain 2. These are ones I've never heard of. I did not play Ark. BBQ Poetry. I had some friends that were playing it. And I thought about getting into it, but then I think I saw the computer system requirements. I wasn't playing on this beast at the time yet. I think I thought I was gonna fall short. So you could say I was too scared. You start out Diablo 4. People crying how they don't like it, but they're still on every night. I might have to try it out because it is on Steam. It's your favorite modern game, Zilkril Dark Souls is? For all-time greats, it's got to be Resident Evil 2 for PS1 or Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction. That was a great one. Right? That was what LOD stood for, right? Path of Exile. So I tried Path of Exile recently. I got to level 6. I didn't give for I grind this. Question of the day today is what's your favorite game? Besides EQ, of course, right? That goes without saying. Level 6, yeah. I'll give it another try sometime. It required a lot of space on my hard drive. You know what I mean? So I was playing it and I was keeping it in the back of my mind like this is taking up so much space. And I think maybe if it wasn't such a high percentage of my disk space, I might have given it more of a chance, but I was just like, this is okay. You got hit with the ad right when I asked. That's so funny. Gotta know. All right. So with the zoning times, I hate when it takes extra long to zone. It's always sketchy. At least you guys are watching it. You know, I was full HP when I zoned. What's going on? Fantasy Star Online for Dreamcast. That's what's up. Dreamcast was awesome. I never played that one. I die randomly while zoning? I hope not. I sure hope not. I want to live. Let's call that one a technical difficulty. I don't know what just happened. Annoying. All right. Very annoying. It'll let me in when it lets me in. Might as well take this opportunity to update the stream title to have the question of the day. What do you guys think about this question of the day? Like this question of the day? What's your favorite game besides EQ? The reason I kept saying if I already asked it, because I feel like it's such a basic one, I must have already asked it, but I don't think I did, and I gotta know either way. If I asked it, I would remember some answers, and these are all, you know, hitting me fresh. Question of the day. I can't spell what. What's your favorite game besides EQ? I gotta know. Gotta know. All right. Question of the day is up. A lot of Diablo enjoyers, right? I feel like there's such an easy crossover between EQ and Diablo. Because it's kind of like, I feel like a lot of us got warmed up to the idea of EQ from playing Diablo, right? Like Diablo was so fun and hot, right? The hotness. All right, let's get back to the EQ. I have my gear on, that's good. Do I have my HP still? Oh, we're good, we're good. See what I see inside. I just crashed zoning. Let's zone again, right? So 50 Dark Paw would do. All right. Between Diablo 2 and Harvest Moon. Cozy game, Farm the Land. I only played Harvest Moon once. It was at Tree Rat's house, and it was awesome. I thought it was so cool. Reminded me of, or what I should say, reminds me of it. Because, can't even think of the name of it. There's a game that really reminds me of Harvest Moon that I also played very briefly. Totally useful here, you know? I can't think of it. There's a game. One of your favorite games aside from EQ would be Ultima Underworld. In 1992. Nice. Ultima had a great run, huh? EQ and Ultima Underworld both predate your own existence. Hey, it doesn't matter. Good game's a good game. Timeless. Timeless classics. Yeah, it's the root shovel. Got root shovels all over the place right now, but it's causing more more trouble than it's worth right now because he's trying to fear kite, and I'm over here root procking. Lords of the Realm titles. I have not, but I played Lords of Magic, so that actually might count, right? I really, 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 really like that game. Oh, I am grouped. Hold on, yeah, let me get. I turn context menus on. Unlock the one. There we go. Full disclosure over there, right? Well, group window action. And turn the context menus back off. I can't be having context menus. Same developers, yeah. So Lords of Magic was totally awesome, and I downloaded it. I have it. I bought it on Steam. I had to pay for it. It doesn't run on modern systems. It's like busted. I'm thinking if I do like a virtual, like maybe XP. I'd hope I could do XP, and I wouldn't have to go any further back than that. I had the group window just hidden behind my banner here. I don't remember why. I think it was like I didn't want people seeing an opportunity to try to make a move. Compatibility mode. Oh yeah, maybe. You know, I think I tried that and I got it to actually open, but it's still like it's not running right. Like everything's stopped until I move. If I drag the screen, then things happen. So I have to be like constantly dragging the screen around, and it's just like this is no way to play. Lords of Magic. It was a game that I really enjoyed in I guess the late 90s. Just drag the screen. Alright, that's it. That's all there is to it. Slow proc wep. It's so hard to read against the white background, so I'll just like put it against my back. Hire someone off Craigslist to be the screen dragger. Yeah, that is the easiest solution, is sometimes the best. I was just in my chat window. I just told my group it's like a bunch of wads and stuff, numbers with a slash at the end because I was trying to do a slash who it finally got me out of the chat box. He understands. All right, did this thing yawn? Is that what just happened? Yeah, we got the slow proc on. Traps. So what? I don't know. What do I have? Oh, Sarnak Lightning Caller. Yes. Nice rare hammer. Lightning underscore call. All my favorite abilities have underscores, you know? Cage fan, your top favorite games to be EQ number 1, Ultra Kill number 2, Ultima Underworld number 3, Doom from 2016 number 4, and Undertale number 5. That's awesome. Awesome list. There's there is a GOG version. Are you talking about I did not try DOSBox. That'll be my first try. I'm gonna take a screenshot of what you just said. Thank you, BG834, because I might forget otherwise. I'll try DOSBox. DOSBox. Alright, let me refill my coffee. Hey, nobody sneak up on me, okay? While I'm getting a coffee. I'm trusting you guys. It's the PvP server. Keep an eye on my warrior, okay? He's undefeated in PvP. I've had a couple close calls. I've had a few close calls, in fact, but no, not yet. Not yet. I'm not trying to let today be the day, so I'll be right back with coffee. All right, I'm back. I'm back with more coffee. Just what the doctor ordered. Anybody play Tales of the Shire or whatever? It's the new hotness, right? I haven't tried it. All right, some of my favorites, recent favorites. Let's start with games I started playing in the past few years that have climbed the ranks for me, my personal rankings quickly. Right, I really like the deck builder uh, genre. Right, started with Slay the Spire, and I think Balatro really nailed it. You know what I mean? It's so good. Such a good game. Like if you haven't played it, um, I remember back when we used to play solitaire. You know, when you wanted a good little card game on your desktop, play solitaire. We've come a long way. Come a long way. Like Balatro is freaking awesome. Um, what else? I've been that numbers go up game, NGU Idol. Uh, I've been putting more time into it than I would have ever expected. It looks so simple, but it's like it's got everything going for it that I like in a game. You know what I mean? Like it's taken all those. The fact that they called it numbers go up, they know exactly what we like. You know, people who play games like the closest equivalent, most basic equivalent, if I had to be like, these things spawned off of this, it'd be probably Lemonade Tycoon, right? Remember Lemonade Tycoon? It kind of took like the management sim aspects of, obviously Roller Coaster Tycoon and like Sim City almost or whatever, and just stripped it down to the most basic, like, here's your materials, here's your product, you play with costs, you can spend money on advertising, you can upgrade your space, stuff like that, whatever, like just really just the basics of you're selling lemonade. you know, try to make the numbers go up, make more money, you know, but it's just so basic. Like NGU idle, it's not basic. There's like I'm only a small fraction of the way into the actual gameplay of it. I can tell already. And it's just getting like totally crazy. Like love that, love that. I don't know if it's my favorite game, but as far as like management sims like that, like it's really surprised me. I bring it up because it's fresh in my mind. I was playing it yesterday. I like it has idle in the name, right? You're rewarded for like not playing just as much as you're rewarded for playing. So it's a good one for me. Like you know, EQ on the PvP server, you got to be plugged in, right? You got to be sitting there like it's the Matrix. Oh, EPI's back. You got to be plugged in like it's the Matrix, and you can't really walk away and get housework done while you're playing EQ. You know, you could try, and it might work out fine for you on the PvP server, but it might not. New game Tainted Grail. No, I haven't heard of that one. On your to-do list? Sounds interesting. Let's go. I'm out of arrows, of course. Bad time to be out of arrows, I'll tell you that. Oh shit, they're the Skelly. I thought that was his pet. Oh my gosh. Wish I had arrows right now, I'll tell you that much. My homie's in trouble. No yellow text, nothing happened. That's the rule. I need a root proc, that's what I need. Ah, well. I can't keep up. I don't have a sow pot. I know, right? Could have been Spirited Cheetah. I don't think that. I think it was just high level Spirited Wolf, though. You know? If I had any arrows, how do you know I was out of arrows? Isn't that kind of funny? I ran out of arrows. I say, "Oh, I'm out of arrows," and then Epiz zones in, like, like he was waiting. All right, he'll be right there. You got some arrows? Hook it up. Hook it up. As you saw, that was like just a couple little pew pews would have done it there, you know? I was just waking up. Hey, Flippy Darkpaw, thank you for hanging out. And have fun on Diablo 4, you know what I mean? I might have to check it out. I'll definitely hit you up if I do because you know, who wants to start a game fresh when you got pals like Epiz begins to cast a spell. I see you. I see you. Yeah, bastard. Come over here. Oh, you don't need line of sight for that one? How did that land? Somebody explain to me. Oh, resisted my root. Come on, get greedy. I'm double dotted. Get greedy. Come on. Just stop. Stop a sec. They're too fast. I can't keep up. If I had arrows, we'd have a chance here, but I just can't keep up. J-Boo's for Sal. You know? Is what it is. It's all over. Let's get situated. Thank you. You have time to be out of pumices. All right, so question of the day. Let's talk question of the day one more time, real quick, before I move on to the other hot topic, right? The EQ news topic. Of course, I'm talking the THJ lawsuit update, right? THJ lawyers filed a response, and we'll read it. We'll read it. But yeah, question of the day. What's your favorite game that's not EQ? I gotta know. You hope they win. You've been having fun on that server? Yeah, a lot of people have been having fun on that server. I hope, you know what I mean? I hope there's no chain reaction, right? No ripple effect. So I hope they win too. Because I feel like a loss would be bad for all of us. Let's see what we see out here. You played Dark Age of Camelot as Roscoe Jenkins. That one looked so fun. I remember watching my friend play that all the time. Realm versus realm, you know? That's where it's at. Your favorite game, Pylitis, is Ark Survival Evolved, according to Steam. Kerbal Space Program. I never played Kerbal Space Program. We were talking about Ark Survival Evolved earlier. You're in good company. There's other enjoyers in the chat. I looked into it and I thought it looked awesome, but I never tried it. Maybe now I'm playing on a better system. I should give it a shot. I'm getting a lot of good ideas here. I think my favorite of all time, I played a lot of Pokemon, like the original, like Blue and Red. I played Silver, probably more than that. I thought that was so cool because I like to grind. You know what I mean? I really like leveling stuff up. Seeing, you know, numbers go up. Pokemon kept me busy. You know what I mean? It was something where I could play like all day. Pokemon Go is pretty fun too. I haven't played in a couple of years. But I should get back into it. Kerbal Space Program, yeah, I want to. It'll crack me up. I think I saw actually like some a trailer for it or something. It did look interesting. But if I'm getting it recommended, I definitely check it out. All right, let's get a supply run going. I need arrows. What else do I need? It says I'm out of drink. I don't care. I'll be thirsty. This warrior has rabies. You know what I mean? I'm like I try to drink and I'm like, it's really sad actually. I shouldn't make jokes about that. Like rabies is terrifying. Makes you like afraid of water. Anyway, let's see what else I need. Take like 4 pummices. 8 stacks of arrows. Make a silent move. Moving in silence. You know, it's kind of ironic. This is almost history repeating itself. I remember a stream, it must have been a year ago or more, where we went to the hole and a rogue jumped us and they were only in range to the cleric. And it was we had to like come up with another plan because what are you gonna do when you know what I mean? Like nobody can touch the rogue but the cleric. Like okay, great, useless situation here. You know what I mean? Except it was Sinindel was the cleric, right? This time it's a little different. I was the cleric this time, but the result is the same. You know what I mean? It's like, had to move on. We're adaptable, right? when we take the show on the road, anything can happen. Sometimes, sometimes it's smooth, and sometimes we pick a little spot with some heat. Magic the Gathering, you play limited and historic. Yeah, limited's fun. I haven't played limited in a long time. I just reinstalled Arena, so I'm back with the enjoyers. You know what I mean? Let's see what we see out here. By that I mean we're playing EverQuest, not Silent. Yeah, Magic the Gathering, great answer. I've definitely gotten a lot of enjoyment out of that game. I haven't played physical, sit down at the table Magic the Gathering in years. That's got to change. I gotta dust off a deck. You know what I mean? Used to play a lot of Commander. That was my format, but hey, I always enjoyed limited. It's expensive, you know. On Arena, you can, squeak by some free games here and there, thanks to daily quests and that kind of grindy gameplay, But they want you to grind at your real job to play limited and on Earth, you know. Do I have platinum? That'd be too easy. Hmm. Gotta get that on somebody good. A bunch of nonsense in here. Anyway, in this episode of Chewy's bags are too full. I look for something to vendor. I guess I could just grab plat. Who sells arrows in this piece? I guess I didn't need 200 plat to buy 4 pummises and 8 stacks of arrows. Somebody sold black pearls. Ooh. Not for real though. Who's got the arrows? Maybe down here. No, for real, I should have probably looked it up by now. I actually maybe found them. I'm about to give up my arrow quest. Somebody here sells them, right? I don't care if there's no halfling rangers. There's halfling warriors. They could use a bow. Arrow of poison. That's like deluxe. Ishiwatari Q, what's going on? Hey, question of the day for you. Look at this thing. A Kunzar Kujuk for 374. That's kind of awesome. If you could, or I mean, not if you could. What's your favorite game that's not EQ? I gotta know. Simple question of the day. And we're just getting started over here. Ishiwatari EQ, if you want to get in on a group, no better time than the present. We made a little whole group. It got busted up rudely, but it's okay. I ain't mad about it, you know? It is what it is. We had a little fun. And nobody died. All good. Now we're getting... I was trying to pick up some arrows. I give up. Can't find. Oh, you're still in the hospital? Oh, no, man. Hope you're feeling better. You were telling me about trials and tribulations. That's rough, and it sounds like it was sudden, too. Wishing you a speedy recovery. I'll try to entertain you while you're recovering, though, you know? Just getting started over here on a Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. Number 31. It's a good one. We've been all over the place. Here, there. Now we're here in Skyfire. And no arrows. Alright, one arrow person. Master of Orion 2. Not your all-time favorite, but it's the first that came to mind. I feel like all-time favorite is such a hard thing to pick in this category. You know what I mean? Like, you can be like, what have I spent the most time
Chris
playing?
GNV rated your channel with 20 viewers.
Whoa, what's going on? Hey, Chris GNV, we're just getting started over here. What's up, Raiders? How's everybody doing? We're enjoying some EQ here. It's been quite the morning so far. We've been in the hole. I was soloing in Oasis at first, right? Played a Shadow Knight, Bard,
There he is.
a Druid. I've been all over the place. I played a Warrior, got into some PvP. Follower goal, Matt. I owe you guys a saxophone serenade. How about that? When it gets a little later, it's still a little early. Something like that's gonna wake up the neighbors. You know what I mean? I'll serenade you guys later. No joking. We'll get some freeform jazz or something. Don't be afraid. Gotta do something to celebrate the follower goal. Hey, we're talking question of the day over here. What's your favorite game besides EQ, of course? I assume we're all EQ enjoyers, you know. And even if we're not, let's just assume. We'll just assume. We're just talking about other games. There's so many games. Princess Fury Dong Slayer. What a name. Good to see you. Welcome to the show. Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest every Sunday over here. And it's still the intro. It's the opening. We're just getting started over here. PFDS. You get that a lot. That's so funny. Hey, Nickelback. How you doing? How you been? It's the server's waking up, right? Quite a few flowers popping up, but we got some ops lurking as well. You know, who knows? Who knows who we'll see, where we'll see them. Any powers, right? It's the Sunday. It's just swamperific. I don't know why I'm running an out of mana druid. I'm not going to be much help. I might as well get on something useful. I did my job. I was porting. Let's make a silent move. Listen, nobody knows I'm getting back on my warrior, okay? That's between me and you, all right? That's our little secret. The, the opposition's never going to see it coming. Oh, that's my old druid. Honestly, this one it was born in 2012. April 24th, 2012 is Duldain the Druid's birthday. That's before I got banned even. You know what I mean? It's on an account that was safe. Which is further, you know what I mean? If I was RMTing accounts, why would I, only RMT one account? Why wouldn't I RMT every account I ever touch? It doesn't they make it make sense. Make it make sense. They don't make sense. But it's not time to crash out. It's time to talk favorite game, right? I gotta know. What's your favorite game? I'm trying to discuss things. I'm taking a survey. Just humor me. I think for me, if I had to pick favorite game, like what was my favorite game growing up? It'd be Dragon Warrior. Is that my favorite game now? No, I haven't played it in years. But you know what I mean? Like I feel like it deserves mention because it helped form, some of the patterns and behaviors of my gaming, such as grinding, being very grindy. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, getting back on the warrior. If I can type my password. There we go. Here we go. Be back in no time. Specific game, or it could be a series or IP. Nickelback, you should know better than anyone. There's no wrong answer. There's no wrong way to answer the question of the day. It's a jumping off point. Whatever you feel. Answering my question with another question is valid too, Why not? As long as we're discussing things. Because it's Sunday. Today's the day for it. Speaking of discussing things, remind me, I want to talk about the THJ stuff soon. Topic I want to touch on. Civilization got you through a lot. Oh yeah, dude, Civilization's awesome. My first one for me was probably Blasphemous. It was the one for Xbox, right? Revolution, I think it was called. Civ 4 maybe. It was really fun. But I feel like since it was for console, I wasn't getting the whole experience. I was getting, a version of the experience. I still liked it. I played a lot of Age of Empires growing up. So I really like that strategy type play. I like the turn-based too, because you can kind of play at your own pace. Civ Revolution simplified but amazing. Yeah, that was my feeling on it. Like I knew it was simplified, like just even without having anything to base it off of. You know what I mean? But it was still very satisfying. I want to check out the new one of these days, but I hear it's still got some work to do, right? Like I don't want to say incomplete, but like maybe a little. What I hear. Growing up, you loved Legends of Legaia or Conker's Bad Fur Day. You were a console kid. Hey, nothing wrong with consoles. I wonder who this other player is. They're gone. If you're not playing EQ, it's any open world survival. What a fun concept, right? Open world in general. It's like what we all kind of like. If we grew up in a land that was more, not a land, but a time that was like technologically not quite there yet. You know what I mean? Like maybe some people were born in a time when open world games were commonplace. But you know, when I was a kid, we only could dream of something so big. Well, I guess Daggerfall was pretty freaking huge world, huh? That was pretty early. But you know what I'm saying. Civ 5, 6, and 7. Call of Duty phase. Oh yeah, that was a great one, huh? Time Splitters. Sunk countless hours since that game as a teenager. Nice. Thank you for that answer, Run That Monkey. Good to see you. Antonius Blockheart, you're a Time Splitters fan as well. I wonder if we're gonna see any more players over here. Yeah, nice XP there. A little dark blue action. Profitable too. Let's see what we see inside. I don't like to sit and assume that it's clear. I like to know. I like to see for myself. What's going on in here? All right, it's clear. Okay. Very good. Anyway, yeah, this place was really hopping within the past 24 hours. Even on stream today, we got into a little action. I'm trying to fight a druid with no pumice and no arrows and no salpots. So you can assume, right? You already know. They could kite me to death. They did not kite me to death. You know, I was able to, you know, I had the sense, the wits about me to just not let that happen and just stop chasing. Stand, recover. And they didn't like that. They left. They don't want the smoke. Let's face it. They know I restocked on arrows and pumice now. Nothing they can do. Anyways, let me grab a snack real quick. And Dark Eye are gonna hold it down. Been having a grand old stream. It's just the beginning. But when I get back with my snack after nibbling, we're gonna talk about this THJ lawsuit. I'm gonna read THJ's lawyer's response. Okay, we're gonna discuss it together. You know, I'm not a lawyer, but I got a mouth, and I can, you know, I'll yap a little bit. I got to prove I know how to read, right? It's gonna be my my weekly reading test. So anyway, keep an eye on my warrior. I'm undefeated in PvP over here. At least yellow text wise. There's never been Himden has been defeated yellow text. I'm not trying to have it happen today either. So just keep an eye on them. You know, can't trust these guys out here. These Destiny Exec lurkers. You can't trust these pumice haters. You gotta watch out for these horde detractors. You know what I mean? There's all sorts of potential. Anything can happen. I'm about to just walk away from the keyboard for a sec. So, you know, I'm trusting you. All right, all right. So I've got it right in front of me. The actual filing, right? United States District Court for the Southern District of California, Daybreak Game Company LLC versus uh, the defendants, THJ as we call them, and case number 325 CV01489. And this was filed, or this is the defendant's opposition to plaintiff's supplemental motion for preliminary injunction. This is so much legalese. First off, there is, let's give you a little scale of this here. Looks like 9 pages of tables of contents. Oh boy. Oh boy. No wonder people prefer the Cliff Notes version. There's a Cliff Notes of this, right? Which is what I linked in the Discord, and I read the Cliff Notes. Right now I'm looking at the actual filing, right? This is hefty. This is beefy. Let me read you the intro though, right? On page 10 of 36, we get the introduction. You could say we're just getting started, and so is THJ's lawyers when they say, by its own admission, Daybreak waited somewhere between 6 and 8 months to seek a preliminary injunction against THJ. That delay alone is all but fatal to the requested extraordinary remedy. Even worse, Daybreak's papers leave the impression that THJ engaged in never-before-seen malicious conduct and intellectual property infringement on a breathtaking scale. That is false. THJ is an emulator, and what Daybreak never mentions in hundreds of pages, I don't think there was hundreds of pages, but is that Daybreak and its predecessors have known that EQ emulators like THJ have been engaged in the exact same conduct for more than 2 decades without Daybreak or its predecessors taking any action to stop the alleged intellectual property infringement. More than that, Daybreak and its predecessors have affirmatively engaged the existence of thousands of such emulators, both through inaction and through public statements in support. Why? Because EQ has benefited from emulators. Emulators like THJ have improved and enriched the broader EQ community, have increased visibility of the EQ game, and have served as incubators for future EQ expansions, and have kept players active in EQ when EQ itself may be or has been stagnant. So we should be, basically THJ is like, you should be thanking us. Almost since inception, EQ has operated simultaneously with thousands of emulators, like THJ, who have created their own unique, unrelated servers that provide fundamentally different experiences otherwise unavailable on the EQ game. Emulators create their own servers with unique stories, mechanics, and gameplay. Like nearly every other emulator, THJ used EQ emulator's open source code to create its own server, and then directed an obsolete, in parentheses, decommissioned EQ client to that server. THJ has not used Daybreak's intellectual property any more than thousands of other emulators have done for over 25 years without objection and often with encouragement from Daybreak and its predecessors. Having waited decades to take action, Daybreak's claims are barred by both equitable estoppel and laches. It's when they're leaving English behind, it's getting serious. After allowing, encouraging, and benefiting from emulators for 25 years, Daybreak has decided that this particular emulator has caused a drop in its users and revenue so extreme that preliminary injunction is justified. Although Daybreak may be facing declining numbers, there are serious flaws with the factual underpinning of Daybreak's claim that THJ, and not Daybreak's own failures, is to blame. A declining player base caused by Daybreak's fails to establish irreparable harm to justify enjoining THJ. Daybreak offers no proof beyond mere speculation that its goodwill and reputation will be damaged by THJ's alleged infringement, even while ignoring that whatever harm emulators might do to its IP has already been happening for decades. Daybreak now improperly seeks to obtain the ultimate remedy, pre-merits, by requesting a mandatory injunction that would not restore status quo, but would upend it and effectively eliminate THJ. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? That's just the intro. You want to get to the background according to these guys? Okay, a few notes just from the intro. Thousands of emulator servers have been existing for 25 years. These are the facts they're laying down. Keep that in mind, first of all. I would like to see where, I wonder where they've been hiding those thousands of, like, are there a lot of emulator servers? Sure. Thousands? Anyways, like over time, let's talk historically emulator servers. How many thousands of emulator servers have there really been? Interesting. Anyway, get on to part 2. This is the background. Okay, the 25-year history and relationship between EQ and emulators. Released in '99, EQ's fantasy base, yes, we know, it's an MMORPG, developed by Variant, co-created by John Smedley, former president of Sony Online Entertainment. Over the years, EQ evolved, and its servers changed how players could interact with the game, which included mechanical, story, gameplay, and feature changes. Declaration of Christopher Takashi. In 2001, a frustrated EQ player preferred previous EQ gameplay and mechanics, started a project to generate original, independently developed source code that could be used to create an entirely different server to replace or emulate EQ servers. This led to the development of EQ Emu, open source, fan-written, clean room, reverse engineered source code that's been publicly available online since early '01. Since EQ Emu's inception, it's been downloaded countless of times, and the installation has been completed more than 28,000 times. They have a footnote here. So this is where they're getting their thousands. They're saying 28,000 times the source code's been downloaded. So that means there's thousands of emulator servers. To function, these EQ Emu servers, including THJ, have always required players to create an EQ Emu account, not affiliated with Daybreak, and to obtain on their own an obsolete but authentic EQ client. Right? They're snitching now. Now they're saying all the stuff that, you know, these guys right here. The players then point the client to EQ Emu login servers, which exist entirely separate from and unrelated to Daybreak servers, and then log in using their EQ Emu credentials. They then play in the emulator's unique environment, which is entirely unconnected to EQ servers in that environment. In short, EQ and EQ Emu emulators, like THJ, require different accounts because EQ accounts and servers do not work with EQ Emu accounts or servers, and vice versa. Yes, we know all this. Yeah. So, over the years, EQ Emu servers have kept the EQ community active and engaged between EQ expansions. According to former producer Jeff Butler, good faith fan emulators like THJ enrich the historical legacy of classic MMOs, foster creativity, and do not constitute market. Oh, let me check on the group. Okay. If anything happens, let me know in chat because I'm clearly in the zone over here. Blah blah blah. So, as EQ's co-creator John Smedley remarked, I never want to paint these emulator guys as anything but our #1 fans and hardest working people I've ever met. Thus, and to be able to support it officially like we have, it makes me feel good. The thing that I've noticed about all these quotes is there's no dates given, right? Like, if they said something in 2001, is it still relevant in 2025? You know what I mean? Or are people allowed to change their opinions? I don't know. I get this is the defense and it's their job to defend, right? But it's just like, it seems like some huge room for like sprinkling in some nonsense here, basically. So basically we got EQ needs to thank EQ Emu, right? If not for EQ Emu, there would be nobody playing EQ. Got it. Okay. So now we're on part B. Okay. That was 2A. Now we're on 2B. The Hero's Journey Development and Another Quest LLC. Launched October 2024. THJ is just one of thousands of fan servers, blah, blah, blah. Neither Another Quest LLC nor its members recreated the client-side architecture, character systems, or other interface of EQ. Right? Nickelback, I'm going to give you a little, what do we call these? Spoiler alert. I don't think they do. How do they defend microtransactions as donations? They do not address it in the slightest. There's not a single mention of dollars, cents, donations, Kickstarters, GoFundMe's, or any, you know what I mean? I don't remember what they. It wasn't either of those. It was like Ko-Fi, coffee, whatever, however you pronounce. But you know what I'm saying? There's no talk of money anywhere in this, right? Which I feel like is a huge part of the lawsuit. Pretend it didn't happen defense. Exactly. These are guys are, well, first of all, they're saving EQ, because if not for, you know, so they go on to say, like, started in October 2024, right? The whole intro is just about, like, how important historically EQ EMU has been. You know what I mean? Like, this is what keeps EQ going. Okay, now 20-something years later, we slip in, right? And so you're not even really, besides copying the code, which you admitted is open source, you know what I mean? You copied and pasted some shit, so therefore you deserve the money? You already know how my feeling is with that before I even get over to the rest of this. Okay. Don't worry, guys. They did edits. They didn't copy and paste stuff. Since THJ's inception, defendants have made hundreds of thousands of edits to the EQ-EMU database, even tens of thousands of lines of codes and scripts in pursuit of a fully customized and original gameplay experience. These developments represent the defendant's original ideas, content, code, and data. Okay? This was under the reasonable belief that it would be allowed to exist, if not encouraged, as prior emulators had been for decades. Okay? That's what it says. This belief was based on statements of acceptance and support for emulators made by Daybreak and its most senior executives, as well as the knowledge that thousands of other EQ-EMU servers came into existence over 2 decades without objection by Daybreak. Right? So they assumed it was okay. So they spent all this time. And since they spent all this time, now it's theirs, right? Standard of review. Preliminary injunction is extraordinary remedy, never awarded as of, and then they cite Winterverse Nat Res Def Council 08. Grant of a preliminary injunction in the exercise of a very far-reaching power never to be indulged and except in case clearly warranting, blah, blah, blah. They don't think it's warranted. The argument, they say Daybreak's request for mandatory injunctive relief should be denied. And they cite a bunch of stuff, calling it highly inappropriate. Daybreak cannot show a substantial likelihood of success on the merits. What's that? Daybreak does not and cannot show a likelihood of success on the merits sufficient to support a preliminary injunction, let alone the doubly demanding mandatory injunction standard, and the law and facts clearly favor position, right? Further, the requirements that the plaintiff show a likelihood of success on the merits means that the plaintiff must demonstrate it will prevail on any affirmative defense as well as on plaintiff's case in chief. No such showing has been made here, they say. So they're trying to, you know, they dusted out the law books. They're citing some cases, and they're like, see, we got precedent here. That'll make it a little easier. There's still so many more pages. I might just want to get to the cliff notes at this point because it doesn't get any more exciting. Let's pick up where we left off. So far, the cliff notes line up to what we just read, so I feel like we could trust it. I wanted to make sure, but so the defendants put in thousands of hours, assuming they had tacit approval. Right? Being sued feels like a betrayal. Legal doctrine blocks the claims, right? You can't sue someone for something you led them to believe was okay, right? And you can't wait forever to sue if you knew what was going on, right? So that makes the delay makes the request unfair, right? That's another one of their arguments. There's so many reasons, according to THJ's lawyers, right? They just come with reason after reason after reason. THJ actually did not infringe on Daybreak's copyrights. Okay, it's open source code developed by fans, not by Daybreak. Okay, it doesn't copy any source code. You already heard it was clean room, reverse engineered, right? They just said this. So that therefore it's not a copyright uh, issue here. Any similarities are due to the use of the old EQ game clients. This is the user's fault, you guys. The users are the ones who downloaded EQ Titanium files for EQ Emu. You know what I mean? That's the only reason it looks like EverQuest here. You know, if it wasn't for the pesky users, and that's not THJ, right? Okay, that's the client. That's the users who download the client. THJ is not doing that, okay? No violation of anti-hacking laws. They don't try to access or tamper with Daybreak servers at all, okay? I don't think anybody mentioned that or asked about that, but just so you know, they're not tampering with Daybreak servers. There's no trademark confusion here, right? People know the difference between THJ and official EverQuest. That could be definitely argued. I would say if I turned on Twitch and I went to the category called EverQuest, you know, if I woke up from a coma or whatever, you know what I mean? It's someone's like, no, it's not the year 2000. You know what I mean? Kunark didn't just come out, dude. We got like there's a bunch of expansions. Here, check out Twitch. You're like, what's Twitch? And they're like, here, I'll show you. You know what I mean? So you open up Twitch, you go to the EverQuest section, and you're probably going to see a lot more emulators than retail EverQuest. It's just the way it is, you know? Just the way it is. And with that being said, maybe you might have to have things explained to you, especially if you saw THJ with the three classes at once. But there's no evidence people are confused. Okay, fair enough. That's what they say. An injunction would be unfair. Shutting THJ down would do serious harm to the creators, and it would drastically change the status quo. Emulators have existed alongside EQ for decades, right? That's the status quo here. We can't change that status quo. Bottom line, defendants argue that Daybreak's request to shut down THJ should be denied because Daybreak ignored and even encouraged similar projects for decades. THJ didn't break any laws or steal any protected content. Shutting it down would be unjust and harmful, especially given Daybreak's long-standing tolerance for emulators. So let's summarize it again. They basically say P90, you know what I mean? They're pointing the finger at other emus over and over again, right? That's their whole argument. You let these guys do it. You let those guys do it. You let these guys do it. What about us, you know? No mention of the money at all, right? Some of the stuff they say is almost too bold. Like, it's hard to get behind the fact that you didn't copy anything when you're literally admitting that it's open source code. You didn't create anything. Trying to set up this whole story of like, look how good we are for the EQ community for 2 decades. When you copied and pasted that code, you know, not that long ago. It's crazy. And then trying to point the finger, like, not only at other servers, look at these guys, look at those guys, but then to say it's the users who are downloading the client, they're the ones who are actually infringing on the trademark. Whoa. Whoa, now it's personal. Now you're coming after all of us. You know what I mean? Like, it's honestly, it's problematic. I don't like it at all. I don't like their response. When I first heard their stance, the whole like see you in court thing, I was like, it's a bold move. I respect the balls. You know what I mean? I don't know if it would be me. Now that I've seen the actual words of the lawyers, I don't like it. Yeah, they're trying to take everyone down with them. Exactly. If we can't have it, no one can, is what they're saying. And they're even pointing the fingers at the users. That's crazy. And I don't think people just play EQ Emu in between expansions, right? I think that everybody knows that it's kind of like one or the other. There's some people who are really into retail, and there's some people who are really into EQ and the overlap is very slim. You know what I mean? I know it is my fault. I did it. Here's the thing though, I actually own titanium. I have the discs right there. So they can come. I'm just gonna show them, and I didn't download anything. I got this. I bought this. I think THJ loses, and if P90 if they continue, P99 wins. I don't know about the others. Yeah, it's crazy. Like they're shining a spotlight on it, and they're trying to force Daybreak's hand almost. Like I don't like it. I don't like the direction these lawyers took. And it's then again exactly what you'd expect, right? Do you really expect anybody to bring up the money? No, because it's hard to defend. It's really hard to be like, it's like okay, fine. Hosting servers cost money. You know, if you're not running a charity or whatever, you, I don't know. How much does hosting the server even really cost? Like if you're doing it yourself, like I don't think you're spending too much more money than you were gonna spend just on your day-to-day life anyway. Like pretty much any money you're taking in is pure profits. You have no overhead. You have no, you know what I mean? The way P99 has done donations is much different than THA. Well, I mean P99 does it behind closed doors and they don't talk about it. That's very key, right? No one points out P99 donations as a profit incentive. I mean, we've stooped there before. It's happened. You know, I know I've done it when I was seeing sketchy stuff here and there, but they've like rooted those people out. You know what I mean? And it wasn't always for money. There could be other motivating factors, right? Remember disgraced ex GM Sirkin? Yeah, anybody remember that guy? That guy summoned a Mana Stone for pictures. You know what I mean? Like there's other motivations for that could happen, but they got rid of that guy. So now it's like everybody's singing "Kumbaya" and it's all happy and good. You know, this is the post-Circuit years, the new golden age, we can call it. I never liked that guy. Couldn't tell. This is the way I used to kill it. Remember? Remember when I was leveling up my two-hand slash skill? I was just doing this all day. It was fun. It was like old times. Weighted axe has a very long delay. Oops, even longer than that. There we go. Anyway, I wanted to talk about that. I've been trying to have my finger on the pulse of this whole lawsuit situation because I feel like it affects all of us, whether we want to admit it or not. You know what I mean? Especially when the lawyers are over there pointing the fingers. Especially if you play EQ Emu. Well, I mean, not especially. If you play EQ Emu, they're pointing the fingers at us. Like they're in the Southern District, California, looking into this situation over here. You know? And we're just trying to enjoy EQ. We're minding our own business. You think they villainized themselves with this move, huh? I know. Like, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. If anybody woke up this morning, like, with a positive feeling about THJ and is going about the rest of their morning now with the, the mask is slipped over there. Sorry for being the bearer of bad news, but I just got to report on the facts, you know? I try to read it. I try to hold back my own commentary as much as I can, but sometimes they say some stuff that's just like, whoa, hold on. Hold on. All right. What do you guys think about the thousands of EQ Emu servers? Do you think the fact that the source code's been downloaded thousands of times is proof that there's been thousands of EQ servers. I mean, listen, I'm a late adopter to the EQ game, right? But when I came along, I feel like there was less servers than there are now. There was, a handful, a good handful, and that would have been 2009, something like that. When new P99 was pretty new. That was my introduction to. I think it was 2009, something like that. Maybe it was a little later. Maybe 2010, something like that. I know EQEMU predates that, but I don't. I feel like there wasn't like thousands of servers that then went away before P99. Yeah, I mean they're counting people running their own emu server for their like 20-person boxing raid thing. Yeah, sure. Do those still show up on server lists though, or by their own filings you need to make the EQEMU server to log in, or the EQEMU login account? So wouldn't it somehow still be on the EQEMU server list? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's what those weird servers lower on the list are, Those are the people's private projects. But who knows? I don't know either. I guess anything's possible, right? Because there's no. Here's the thing: they're pointing their fingers and they're specifically naming EQEMU. They didn't specifically name any other emulator projects, right? It's all going to be consolidated into Stasis's server. Yes, a dream come true for him. That's one EQ news update that you'll never really see from me. I'm not going to give you the day by day where's Stasis at with his server. You know what I mean? If just go look, you'll see it. You'll see it everywhere. He'll tell you. He'll tell you himself where he's at with his server. He'll update you 8 times a day. No logs at all, right? We call it a silent move. Anyways, I've seen him. Alright, if we're fear kiting, I won't use the shovel. I've seen him on Red 99 in recent history, like within the past year. He was on Ganon, right? His monk. I think I saw his rogue. Maybe he's gotten banned since then or something. But he was in good standing in 2024 or 2025 even. I don't remember. Thought that was interesting. Anyways, we're talking favorite games today. What's your favorite game besides EQ? I used to really like fighting games. Played a lot of Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Used to really like that, Kind of like a mash fest for me. I like the mashers the most, right? If you can mash it, I love those. I haven't played any in a while though. I should get back on that train. Rare they ban people on Red. Yeah. They could be a little overzealous with those bans sometimes, if you ask me. Nobody ever does, but I'll tell you anyways. They're a little too catch and release with the boxing, and they're a little too overzealous with the, the gray area shit. I hate to even call going behind his own line gray area, because it was fully, acceptable previous to this year. Spooky crazy. But anyway, do you guys think that EQ has kept EverQuest relevant? I feel like out of all the arguments they make, I feel like that one has some meat to it. You can debate whether or not, you know what I mean? Where do you draw the line with relevancy? It's such a, you know, there's a lot of opinion there. Some might argue EQ isn't relevant. You know, nobody over here, you know, we love it day in and day out. But like, you ask somebody on the street, they're probably, you know what I mean? They either remember EverQuest from back in the day or they don't, right? It was a very popular game. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like everybody remember, if you were alive, you remember EverQuest, right? You might not know that people still play it, in which case I would say, by and large, EQEMU did nothing for the relevancy. But whatever the opposite by and large is, like near and small, if you go on Twitch, like I said before, you're going to see more EQEMU gameplay on Twitch, right? And which is possibly a slice of life of EQ in general. Maybe there's more EQ EMU players than retail players these days. Who knows? We don't know these exact numbers, right? They keep all that under their hat. But you know what I mean? I wouldn't be surprised if there was more emulator players than retail players. But I think, you know what I mean? In the big picture, drops in a bucket. You know what I mean? Like EQ is kind of underground. You know, maybe we'll get our day in the sun again. But I think we got to be real about like, what does relevant really mean? And should we be using that in a sentence with EverQuest? I don't know. I'm not trying. I love this game. I'm not trying to say anything bad about this game or our community here. You know, I'm just trying to be real about it. You know what I mean? This isn't Minecraft. This isn't Fortnite. This is EverQuest. You know, it's 2025. You think Quorum and P99 have sizable populations, possibly comparing to the live population? Think it keeps EQ more relevant than if it weren't allowed? And you don't think a lot of people on the emulated servers would play live if they were? Yeah, I don't think so either. You know what I mean? Like I said that before when this whole thing started. Like I don't think, like we all know retail EQ exists. We're not going to be like all of a sudden like, oh yeah, we can go, you know, we can go play expansion number 40 or whatever, like whatever they're on. Like we know. We choose not to on a daily basis. It's not like a convenience thing. It's not a player cap thing. You know what I mean? It's we play what we like. For me, I enjoyed the early days. That's why I'm here on P99, right? The closest thing we got to the early days. Anyways, that's just me. Nobody asked it. I'm over here yapping about it anyway. If you want to talk about your favorite game, that is the question of the day. Don't be confused by, you know, my constant topic change. We have a very, you know, structured stream today. We're all over the place. We're running amok. And we're talking about favorite games. Any system. It doesn't even have to be a video game, all right? Splendid Genesis said Magic the Gathering. Solid answer. You know, nothing wrong with that. I used to really like Dungeons and Dragons. You know, Tree Rat was the DM. I'm always shouting out Tree Rat. Shout out to Tree Rat. He got me into EQ. I was familiar with Dungeons and Dragons growing up anyway, because my dad and his siblings had played it. You know, they probably looked like the crew in Stranger Things, you know what I mean? Like, I like that movie for the nostalgia of it, even though I was born in the mid-'80s, you know what I mean? Like, I think that show takes place, like, probably right around when I would have been born. Maybe even earlier. But, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's nice to see some nostalgic stuff. I wonder what life might have been like. I don't think a lot of people on those emulated servers. Yeah, I already read that, and I still agree. For some reason, I thought that was a new message. Yeah, I didn't, like, okay, for me, P99 brought EverQuest back into my life. When I did log on retail, I kind of found it a disappointment. You know what I mean? I didn't like revamps. Certain things felt off to me, and it's just like, it made me happy P99 existed. You know what I mean? Now, I can't even play if I wanted to. They say the account's banned. And it's, you know, messaging their support is just too much trouble. Like, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, even if I wasn't banned, I was only just trying to log on just to show off some old gear. I don't think I was going to get, like, you know what I mean? The same problem would still exist for me, where it doesn't feel like the game that I grew up playing. You know what I mean? It doesn't bring me the comfort and nostalgia. P99 does. And I'm thankful for that. And I sure hope this whole, you know, Daybreak being awoken, right? The bear has been poked. THJ has been poking the bear, and now Daybreak's up. And now we got to find out what happens next, right? And we're going to find out in court, of all places, to find it out. It's the worst place to find it out. Live or P99? On live, the account's banned. I don't know what's the matter with it. It was in good standing a couple years ago. I logged in to claim a free heroic or something like that. You know what I mean? I think my highest level was 85, but they were giving away like level 100s or something. You just had to log in for it's probably the 20th anniversary. So, you know, a while ago, 6 years ago maybe. My account was in good standing that day. I got a free level 100 Shadow Knight on Zek. I harm touched another player, and I logged out. You know, and I uninstalled, and, you know, everything was all good. You tried to play like 7 years ago, it was a whack. And that's what I'm saying, it was whack. You know what I mean? Even being victorious in PvP didn't, you know, it didn't do anything for me. Like, okay. But, you know, that being said, I spent a lot of time there. I had a good, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not regretting any of my playtime on retail back in the day. Even later expansions, I had a great time playing Omens of War, Gates of Discord. You know what I mean? Like a lot of those. Even what's the one with monster missions? Can't think of the name of it. But it was some weird one. Anyway, those were all fun. I really like the monster missions. But it had its time, you know? I enjoyed them while I enjoyed them, and now I've, you know, that's not what I get nostalgic for. I even liked Lost Dungeons and Norath. Is Evil my character? No, that's, Fryan. Fryan went down to an ice giant. We had some PvP. We got jumped by a very rude, druid. I was out of pumices, so I couldn't really do much. No Sow. Druid had Sow. We were getting kited a little bit, but yeah, the Druid, got the jump on Evil, but Evil went down to the giant. No yellow text, nothing happened. Yeah, I was out of arrows, too. I just shot 2 arrows, and I was like, you know what, I should save these. It might not be the end the last we see of that Druid. It'd be nice. I know, all I need is 1 arrow. I know. They were so low at that one point, because any lower and they would have been moving slow. But I just can't keep, you know what I mean? J-Boots can only beat Sow if the person with the Sow doesn't know about strafing, right? Which can happen, you know what I mean? Like, don't count it out. Just because someone has Sow and you have J-Boots, if they don't know how to strafe right, you can catch up. But, you know, this player knew how to strafe. I think the funniest thing about it all was I'm looking for the Druid. Where the fuck's this Druid? I fought this Druid a million times. I know what this Druid looks like. Little female halfling Druid. You know? Where are they? And then I finally figured out, like, the skeleton pet chasing around the Shadow Knight was not the skeleton pet. You told me, well, you did say that, but it slipped my mind. I hadn't fought them since they got it. It's a new addition to their gear. Too bad it's not item loot. I'd take it. You know what I mean? I've killed that Druid before. And I almost killed that druid like a dozen times probably. Like close call, barely gate, barely plug, die to NPCs, you know, so many times, so many friggin' times. But I did get them once. And of course, on that one time, it was a really good action-packed fight. I didn't have the recorder going. I took a screenshot of it though. I still got my proof. You know, if they ever try to deny it, I got them. But that was like one of two in recent history that I missed recording. You know? I try to keep it always recording. Because stuff happens fast, right? You can't always take time to tab out and turn it on. Yeah, like almost any other weapon. But yeah, favorite game. So Lords of Magic was definitely one of my favorites. When did I start playing P99? It was pretty early. It was before there was red. I played on what's now called blue. I had a cleric. I would role play. I was a role playing Brel Cyrillus worshipping cleric. I was always stumbling around the tunnel and hiccuping and giving people Summondale. That was my cleric. Senedin. If anybody remembers Senedin, that was me. You know, I was making my own fun. And barrel roll for Brel. Yeah, I would definitely be barrel rolling a lot. Later on, I started doing some money walk, you know what I mean? Where you're so encumbered where you're slow. But that was after I started doing cross-server trades. When red was a thing. You were allowed to trade. No, it was on blue. It was the blue server. It was before there was the red server. But then they launched the red, the beta. And I came over to help, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I'll help beta test. I like testing stuff. I was hooked. I was so friggin' hooked. I was like, Tree Rat was right. He had tried to get me to play on Sullen and Rallis back in the day, and I played on neither. And I regret that, you know what I mean? But hey, whatever. Better late than never. Let me hit up Frying. Alright, password along. He's offline now, so I don't know if... We'll see. Got repulp. I'm looking inside. Knowledge is power. Anyway, what if anybody else got some feelings on the THJ lawsuit stuff? What do you think the next move is? What do you think the judge is gonna say? Like, I feel like from my position, right, as a EverQuest enjoyer, I don't like the way they pointed their finger at me, right? I have nothing to do with this. I'm over here enjoying, you know, our approved project. My titanium files were acquired legally. Thank you very much. End of the day, reverse engineering or not, their IP. Yeah. You don't think it has a chance in court? I think it had a chance in court, but I don't think that was the method. You know what I mean? I think they're going about it all wrong. I am the real Chewy from P99. What's going on? It's me. Hell was full, so I'm come back. I took a little break. Right? I retired. I came back like it's been almost 3 years now I've been back. That's me. You know the crazy part though? I was in good standing when I quit, when I logged off forever all those years ago. My account was in good standing. When I came back 3 years ago, I tried to log in my old account. Still know the credentials. It says the account was banned. They said I RMT'd. And I say that's bullshit. I said bury me with my pixels. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have RMT'd shit. Yours was banned and sold. See, they were doing it. Slimy shit. Can we blame Sirkin for that? I love to blame disgraced ex-GM Sirkin for anything I can. Let's say that one was Sirkin. You know? That's what part of what brought me back. Right? Hearing that he'd finally been brought to justice. Never forget Emelinda the RMT Queen. Wow, that's throwback. Ancient. Yours got banned as well. Isn't it messed up? They told, when I tried to appeal it, when I, you know what I mean? Because you find out you're banned, you're like, well, let me find out why. So I find out, you know, I type a little, hey, what's going on here? And they say, oh, I was banned for RMT. So I type this whole response with all my evidence of like, I didn't RMT shit, you know, here's this, here's that. Hit that send, and nothing happens because they turned replies off. They didn't want to hear shit. So, you know what I mean? Like, they told me I could make a new account. I made a new account. I'm better than ever. You know what I mean? Better than ever. You know? They could ban an account, but they can't stop me. I still go by Chewy, even if that, you know what I mean? Part of my evidence of why I didn't know I was banned. Do you think I would have made my Twitch name named after a freaking banned account? Like, what's the point of that? I was planning on logging in that account here on Twitch. Yup. I'm nice Chewy now, right. No more forum quests for me. I just enjoy EverQuest. I yap here on Twitch every week. Every Sunday is the SWAMPTACULAR SPLASHFEST all year long. Every Thursday we do a little Rise and Grind special or get the coffee. I should do Rui Reform Chewy, I've learned. Anyway, I'll put the weighted axe back on. It's always fun to use the weighted. Did I let other people log in my account? Nah, not that one. I don't think so. I wasn't really into that. It was more the other way. People would let me log in their accounts, and I would say thank you. But as far as like letting other people log in, nah, I said bury me with my pixels, and I think I left it at that. I mean, I had some enemies, you know what I mean, in the ranks of, you know. Did I transfer large amounts of plat? Oh, all the time. I was doing cross-server trades, so it could have been that. If they did some sort of audit and saw big plat trades, that could very well be it, because I was doing those all the time, but that was legal. We were allowed to at the time. We were allowed to do blue to red and red to blue. I did so many. I had like millions of plat on blue, and I didn't even play blue. You know what I mean? My cleric was super. Okay, maybe not millions of plat. That's like THJ saying there's thousands of EQ-EMU servers. I had a lot of plat, hundreds of thousands, easily. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe that had something to do with it, but maybe there was so many different sketchy things going on. Right? I got an email from a guy apologizing for what happened. You know what I mean? And I didn't know what that was about. It was when I wasn't playing, so I didn't care. I didn't even respond to the email. But then after I found out I was banned, I was like, let me see what that email said. And it was basically someone admitting to stealing my account. So if he sold it after stealing it, I guess that would be RMT or whatever. It was the same guy who had hacked me years earlier, and I had posted about it, and nothing got done because I was, you know, a public enemy at the time. Nobody, you know what I mean? Staff didn't want to help me at all. I was like, how'd this guy, you know, why is my recovery email changed to somebody else's email? You know what I mean? And they were just like, sucks for you. You know? So I think somebody stole it. And, you know, and nobody cared. Basically. Could be. Could be. Or who knows? His email was kind of vague. He was trying to clear his conscience. And he said he got my password from Soda, which, you know, was kind of possible. Rogan and main GMs end up being armed hubs. Yeah, I mean, if you were really trying to keep your hands clean, and you got somebody like Sirkin really shitting the place up, I would be, you know, pretty fed up. We kind of always assumed it was the players that made Rogan have enough and kind of swear off the community for basically since it was born. You know what I mean? Like, he told us to fuck off and like has never been back to red. You know what I mean? He does not care the slightest. He barely cares about green, let's face it. Anyway, tale as old as time. I'm banned on something that I did nothing wrong. You know, it happened on Neopets, it happened on P99, it happened on Retail EQ. The only thing in common with all that is me, but I swear it's not me. I'm a good guy. I might play in a way that's abrasive, slightly abrasive. You know, not everybody likes me. But I remember Inglorious Bastards on Blue server. Yeah, I remember them existing. I didn't like I wasn't involved in any sort of raid scene on Blue. Like I said, I had a cleric that was barrel rolling around the tunnel. That was about it. I might have made it my warrior. I always make my warrior, right? Tum Dum. I had to do Tim Dim because now the name is banned because it's on the banned account, along with Chewy What a Wookie. Punching. The player in zone. Who are they? Were you in Inglorious Bastards, BG, by chance? I don't think I was in any guild on Blue when I played. You were there for a few weeks until TMO formed, and then it was forever blacklisted. Just random people, because IB was associated with shady characters. Oh, wow. Yeah, they did something like that on Red server in the early days. They permabanned Holocaust, right? Disbanded the guild. It's a widespread cheating. Yeah, I mean, that's why I like to say there's no, you know, EQ, you make your own fun. There's no way to lose EQ. But if you're getting disbanded for cheating, you just lost EQ. You know what I mean? That's some real scrub shit right there. The GMs were treating you on the naughty list after that. Yeah, I mean, guilt by association. That's why if I see anybody shady, I don't. You know what I mean? I ain't playing with shady people. I only play with, you know, trustworthy, honest EQ enjoyers. We have rules here. Alright, if this guy's really on a corpse run, we'll let him by, but... You know, people say a lot of things. He just shouted to us that he's naked, please don't kill me. He's naked, kill him! Nah, there's no sport in killing the naked. You don't really gain anything from it. If it was somebody I didn't like, I'd be happy to. This guy is in range. He's in Province of Sloth. Let's see what he's looking like. Is he truly naked? He's naked. He's corpse running. I tried to do a slash bow. We'll let him be. See? A nice Chewy. Technically, the rules state you're allowed to kill people when they're naked. It's just rude. Right? But if they call loot and scoop, then the party's over. Right? Gotta let them by. That's the play nice policy. The play nice policy we've had ever since back in the day when you lost XP in PvP death. Right? So it was a really rude thing. You kill somebody naked and they lose XP. You know, you find out where they're bound, you can kill them naked easily, right? Because there's no sport in it. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. It's so easy to kill a naked player. And now they're losing XP? That's rude. So they had to do something about it. What they did about it was play nice policy. Now you're not allowed to kill people if they cry for mercy, basically. But now you don't lose XP on PvP death, so what's the point? Yeah, nowadays you don't. So there's no real need for the play nice policy like that. But it's still in place. It's been like this for a decade, you know, at least. Is what it is. But yeah, we're talking you'd eat XP death all day over yellow text. Hell yeah. Because you can get a res. You know? There's no spell you can cast that'll make people forget that they just saw your name get plastered all over the chat. Right? Because it tells the whole server. That's the worst part for any of us, you know? EQ adherence. EQ PvP adherence. Slow on this. Nice early slow. Leaderboards are fun. I missed the leaderboards. Those were fun. They double dipped on the required civility. They really did. One or the other would have been sufficient, I think. It'd be nice if they readdressed things, but you know, it's kind of been cast to the wayside. They're not even going to update it to say don't go behind zone lines. Next person who goes behind a zone line that gets reported by, you know, the snitch crew is going to get permabanned and be very surprised about it. Right? Can't go behind zone lines anymore. Even though that was perfectly legal tactic and it's not in the rules. Now there's some precedent. Hoping for a new blue or green. I don't think we're getting any new server, right? It's kind of the implied understanding now after... So Secrets kind of showed us behind the curtain a little bit as far as Quarm and Daybreak's agreement, right? We know at least what we're being told. Maybe we don't know the whole agreement, but we know what seems to be a good deal of the agreement, right? The agreement is it's not supposed to be for profit. The agreement is a 1,200 player cap. The agreement is no more custom content. And as far as releasing a new server, no. Right? So it kind of makes us wonder, is P99 under the same kind of restriction? No more new servers? So you'd say the difference is P99 uses original titanium, while TACP Quorum THJ uses Secrets custom client software, which is a big distinction. So would you say it makes it what would be like the ramifications of that distinction? Because it's different. I don't know. The player cap thing shows how Daybreak is scared, you think? So my interpretation of that, Burry, thank you for that comment, Burry145. It's good to see you. My interpretation of the player cap is almost like a good way to build hype, right? So if like, let's say you're getting 1,000 players on your server, you tell people you're capping it at 1,200. It's almost like the club that got the line trying to get in. You know what I mean? They got the velvet ropes and the bouncer. You know what I mean? Like now it's like, well, I want to get in there. What's going on in there? You know what I mean? I think it was almost like a PR move, more than a necessary thing. We'll see. We'll see. It really depends on whose idea it was. If it was Secret's idea, I think it was a PR move. If it was Daybreak's idea, then yeah, I think that shows they're scared. Titanium client can only process server messages in a way that doesn't really change how the software works. Custom client can implement anything. Ooh, okay, okay. Could be an interesting distinction, but I'm not sure if, you know what I mean? Like, the Southern District Court of California is gonna, draw the same conclusion. It's kind of in their hands now. We're in kind of uncharted territory, unprecedented times, and I don't want to say the sky is falling, but I'm sure enjoying EverQuest now while I can, because, you know, tomorrow's never guaranteed. I think the way they the THJ lawyers pointed the fingers at the users of EQEMU, saying, look at these guys with their downloaded Titanium clients. They're the ones infringing on IP. They're the ones doing copyright infringement. It's not actually the THJ creators who spent so much time, you know, creating. It's us lazy pirates. DBG needs to give up on the IP and unleash the emulators. I mean, yeah, there's other ways to go about things, right? And I feel like there's ways that would be beneficial to them as the IP holders, right? What if they kind of sold almost like franchises, right? Who knows? Maybe that's what they do. Maybe Quarm and P99, you know, since, like I said, we saw behind the curtain, right? Secrets told us what the agreement is, right? But it's exactly that. Secrets told us the agreement. So if there's anything in the agreement that Secrets doesn't want us to know or doesn't think we need to know, easily we don't know, right? Because it's not like we're seeing a screenshot of some document, or, you know, somebody took a picture of the agreement, notarized, I'm sure. No, this is, you know, kind of almost hearsay. Not hearsay because Secrets is one of the parties of it, but you know what I mean? It's a version. We're seeing a version of the agreement. And with P99, we're not seeing anything, right? We don't, Rogan's telling us nothing, right? The way he likes to. So we don't know. The agreement could very well say you pay us X amount, or you pay us X amount per month, or you pay us, you know, X amount per user. Who knows? We don't know. We can only guess, speculate wildly, right? And I feel like THJ maybe had a chance to get in on an agreement, right? And instead they chose war. They're going to war right now. They're not trying to settle this right now. They got some trial lawyers. Rogan has his head down working on 2.0. He is too busy to communicate. That must be it. Rogan does a lot. I've heard this. The defenses, we're taking everyone with us. Yeah, I know. The defense is pointing the finger over and over again. That's it. That's it. They're not really making any arguments other than look at these guys. What about those guys? This has been going on for decades. You know what I mean? That's all they're saying. And I think they're almost going to force Daybreak's hand, right? I don't. But then again, I'm playing P99. We have an agreement, right? We're like the pigeons in the road, right? George Costanza knows the agreement. Rogan knows the agreement. We might not know the agreement. We're just pigeons in the road, dude. Daybreak's crazy. They're going through an existential crisis. They can't innovate to the point where they feel threatened by the community of a game that runs a server with 1K population. I mean, here's the thing. 1K population is a number. Sure. We love numbers. It's called quantifying, right? But that's not the quantity we got to worry about. It's the dollar. The almighty dollar, right? THJ made money. We know this. They were at one point above board with their finances. A very short point, right? But we know they made money. And then when they went underground with that money, it's not like it stopped, right? They're monetized. They have currency, right? Like this, just because it's not mentioned in their defense, doesn't change the reality that like that's at the heart of the matter. What this is about the dollar. Daybreak owns the IP, and they want to be paid. Anyway, I think that's an important thing that they leave out, and they leave out because it's inconvenient for them. You know what I mean? I don't think they want to really get into all that because it's hard to defend. It's like, oops, we shot ourselves in the foot. Let's shift the blame moment. Yeah, I mean, kinda is. Where's this punching guy? You know, the Daybreak lawyers aren't going to leave it out? Yeah, I know. Exactly. So I feel like their whole, if this is really what they're going to court with, this is their stance, like, you know, the bravery and the balls are only going to get you so far. You know what I mean? Like, I think you should have thought this through a little better. I'd use the phrase calling their bluff. Well, Daybreak ain't bluffing, right? They filed the paperwork. Like, they really said see you in court. This guy naked again? Buddy, what's going on? Man. That's rough. Having a rough go of it in there. Anyways. Stuff. That's my interpretation of it. I keep shooting. I keep forgetting about the lack of arrows over here for me. I'm actually going to succeed this cast? Yeah. Hard to channel as a warrior, aka impossible, right? Channel on anything. Here's a big slash. Monks get one channeling, is that true? are you saying iMonk channel? Gotcha. All right. Who's online? Look at this list. Let's analyze it. I don't know who Unor is. We've seen punching. I know Herbin, but we're beyond 20 players now. What are we at? Look at that, 21. Better cut that list short. It's too long. Too many players. We got 21 players now. Sparsely populated. I landed the slow. That was easy. Anyway, yeah, we went to the hole. We got jumped. I should say I got jumped, right? I was in range to 60s on the cleric. A 60 came. And then after I left on the cleric, then a wizard came and jumped the rest of the guys. So, you know, we pick our battles. Sometimes opponents pick battles. That battle was clearly picked by the opponent. But it's alright. We adapt, we overcome. It's called Stable Quest, right? You dig into the stable and you come out riding another tune. We're on Tim Dim the Warrior. Ludwig von made it all the way from one group to the other. I think on a boat, as Brad intended, but I'm not sure. Never asked. Just thankful he arrived. You know? Getting started out. Anyway, if you're watching this video on YouTube, maybe we even have new EQ news by now. You know what I mean? Like on Twitch, it's fresh. I'm talking to you guys so fresh. This is the first stream since this news dropped, right? Since the THJ lawyers filed. This is fresh, breaking EQ news this week. By the time you see it on YouTube, it's been a couple weeks. You know what I mean? There might be even fresher news out there. I don't want you to think I'm out here talking about stale news. No. If you want it fresh, you got to come live. Twitch.tv/big_league_chewy. It's simple as that. Just meet me here, right? Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. A rise and grind Thursday morning, or maybe even Tuesday. You never know when the news is gonna hit. I'll tell you about it ASAP though. That's 3 times a week that you know, we're potentially getting new news. The EQ news cycle. You know? I got my finger on the pulse. On it. You know? I could say this doesn't pertain to me. I play P99. Who cares what's going on with THJ? But, listen, I think it affects all of us. One way or another. I gotta get one of those big bopping two-handers on here, like the Polished, or even the worn one. Oh, carbs in zone. Out of range, level 60. Plus or minus 4 level PvP range here, so. We shall be paying each other no mind. But yeah, anyway, question of the day. Every Sunday, question of the day. This Sunday, what's your favorite game? You know, besides EQ. I want you to have to think about it. You know, it's so easy to just say, well, EQ, obviously, still playing it after 26 years or whatever, you know what I mean? That's, you know, obvious. Snare this thing. A couple of us whipping it. Whip it good. Oh, it doesn't take hold with Bard Snare. Okay. With that in mind. Okay, so I've seen this name on Tank Lee. Tank Lee in there. Find out. See if they're inside. Seen them inside before. Knowledge is power. I don't like to just assume that it's clear, right? Gotta peek in every now and then. Especially when this /who all changes like that. Okay, it's clear. I've heard tale that they cleared Vox last night. They came in. Maybe it wasn't last night, maybe it was yesterday. I don't know. We plugged a lot of them out in the morning. And then I kind of got distracted by numbers go up, right? NGU. I streamed it a little bit on YouTube. I told people just hit me. Listen, if they log back in, hit me up. Nobody hit me up. I hear they logged in and killed Vox. Whoops. I would have tried to stop them again. I was stopping them at night. They were still. I think maybe they were doing some corpse recoveries in the night. And you know, I got in there and gummed up the works for as long as I could on that. But at some point, Vox died. So congrats to the Dragon Slayers, you know? People who say this is a dead server, listen, does Vox die on a dead server? No, I don't think so. I think that's like a, you know, a lively thing. You know, lively things. We got an ice giant right here, right now. Right here, right now. Love that song. What just happened? What did I proc? I proc it slow. Looks like he just procced a hammer. Speaking of procs, we're all procking. Oh, I'm pretty encumbered. favorite games. I'll tell you a favorite game. The first time I played it, I knew this is something special. This is a game I could get into. And with that being said, I really haven't gotten into it, and I maybe I should revisit it. Friggin' Rocket League. Anybody ever get into Rocket League? That's exciting. Just so pure, you know? So such a pure gaming experience. You are like straight plugged in. You are there. You are living it. I might have to bust that back out. I played on console. I was playing on PlayStation. Maybe, just maybe, I'll try like PC, right? Because it's cross-platform. You know, I've always been more of a PC guy, just because, you know, EQ enjoyer. I'm built for this. You know, I'll never be like the best in the world, but I have a ton of fun playing. And you know how matchmaking is in those games. They always keep it exciting at any skill level. You're always gonna have a good game. Well, maybe not always a good game, but for the most part, there's good games to be had. So I'm gonna put that as one of my runner-ups, is games that I like instantly knew this is something special, but then you know, haven't gotten into it really. You know, I played for a while, a little bit, got my feet wet, got my wheels wet, since you're a car soccer. But I kind of felt the same way about Undertale. I played Undertale for about 5 minutes, and I was like, "This is something special. I'm gonna save the rest of this for later." And I haven't gotten back into it yet, but it's not because I didn't enjoy it. It was like the opposite. I enjoyed it like too much. I was like, whoa, this is like messing with my head. What's going on here? You know? I liked the flower, right? That's about how far I got, right? As a flower of happiness, I could always approve of a happy flower. Maybe I should get back into that one of these days. I gotta pick something for Tuesday. Or I'll just wing it, you know? I do that sometimes, right? Just wing it. Today, kind of winging it. I was thinking about playing on Quarm. Never played Quarm before. And as such, I don't have the files, right? I was a little... You know what I mean? It took the wind out of my sails when I realized I was going to have to actually like put in some work to make it happen. I was like, oh boy, maybe another time. So, sorry to anybody who was hoping to watch me play Quarm today. The good news is it should be there, you know? Check it out another time perhaps. I don't have any foothold there, you know? On Red 99 I got all sorts of gear. I got all sorts of friends. Nobody blames me. Yeah, I mean, it's EverQuest. We're all EverQuest enjoyers, whether we play retail, whether we play TAC P, whether we play P99, even the guy had 20 boxing in his basement on a private server. You know, it's all valid. It's all EverQuest. It's kind of like different flavors almost. My bags are so dang full. Anybody got a tow mule? I could sure use a tow mule pickup. What's this? 1018. That's pretty good. Solid choice. All right. I gotta do something about this. I can't have items on my cursor, right? You ever get disarmed in PvP? You ever get disarmed in PvP with an item on your cursor? Listen, you don't want any of this. You know, that's the kind of smoke that I don't want. I hate to get rid of toes. It might come to that. There you go. Something nice for you. Buy yourself something nice. Alright. Are we ahead of the pops? And full HP? Oh, we're just too good. We're too efficient. Oh. Just good enough. Just good enough. XP, you know, it's moved a little bit. Some of these are blue. I bet it's pretty good for Ludwig von, though. I hope so. You know, maybe not as good as, like, other Bardley activities, but as long as he's having fun, I'm having fun. I could even say I'm enjoying EQ. Uh-oh, I'm down to 4 charges on my damage shield. I gotta go back to Chardock. Get it back up to 5, right? Top that bad boy off. It's alright. 4 charges is plenty for now. Honestly, I came to Permafrost thinking we were gonna get some smoke up here. They're gonna see me with all my platinum getting heavy. They're gonna think they could do something about it. Who knows? We're just getting started. It could still happen. You know, don't count it out. We got 2.5 hours left. Well, who's counting? One thing I don't like about this zone, I can't read the OOC, right? The green against this blue-white background, it's like unreadable. Gotta like angle it. But it's like just my guildie doing his wares. Couple gemmies, gemmy gems. Stolos is one of ours. We're cool. We're cool. Well, hold on. I just saw a name on the list. Oh no. I saw Lil Bunny. For some reason I thought I saw Lithium on the list. I was like, whoa! Sometimes I read what I want to read, you know? Selective perception or whatever. That's not selective perception. We talked about this a few streams ago. That's something different. Alright, anyway, I promised I was going to do something special for that follower goal, right? We hit the follower goal earlier, and I said, it's too early. It's too early. I can't serenade you. I'll play a little, do a saxophone tribute to the late, great Chuck Mangione, right? He played the flugelhorn, but it doesn't mean we can't adapt his work to the saxophone, right? And, you know, we'll remember what it's like when it feels so good. A little later. It's still a little early, you know? Towards the end of the stream. Stay tuned if you want to be serenaded on the saxophone, right? Not every day. You don't get that every day over here. It's gonna be rare. I got all discombobulated for a sec. Alright, there's Stolos. Let's give them the toes. Shamans and their toes, you know? I don't know what you guys do with all these, but you always want more. Never enough. Unending toe hunger. Thank you. It's a dream come true. I'm unencumbered by toes. I feel like my bags are gonna smell funny for a little while. But, you know, as long as I don't go picking up too many more toes, I'll get over it. Very nice. I hit him with the slow. I like that proc, honestly. The 122 point lightning proc, the 85 point poison proc, and doubles. Triples! Ooh, baby, a triple. You saw that? Quadruple! Oh my god, 5 procs? You gotta be kidding me. Just the poison proc, 5 times. 2 lightning procs in the mix. Proc City. One hand blunt, 134. Oh, it's got a long ways to go. Gotta up those numbers, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? For me. Thank you. All right. You grab it. Last sip of coffee here. Hey, if anybody's been sipping. I love coffee. Gets me through the day. Bear back. I think we're waiting on Pops anyway. Hey, I just noticed I missed a new follower. Thank you for that follow. I believe it was whoops. It was Burry145. Thank you. Thank you, Burry. I didn't mean to breeze past it. I think I was like in the middle of my legal analysis over there. I hope Anyway, welcome all new followers. Anybody who hasn't followed the stream yet. What are you waiting for? I stream 3 times a week. I'm not going to blow you up with any notifications beyond those 3. I got a Discord. The link is pinned in the chat right now. Consider that your personal invitation. If you're hearing me say this right now, what are you waiting for? Come on down. It's called the Swamp. The water's fine. And it's a good place for all sorts of EverQuest discussions or gaming in general, right? MTG's been a hot topic lately. The Final Fantasy VII set. I kind of like woke up some sleeping giants. Shit, I even reinstalled Arena. Not that I'm any giant of MTG, but I I swore it off for a little bit, right? The Ether Drift set was just not doing it for me. I was like, I could use this disk space elsewhere. And I uninstalled, you know, and I was feeling okay about that. But all these people talking about FF7 cards, FF7 this, FF7 that. It's like, all right, fine. I'm back. I'm back, baby. I'm in there. Maybe next time I do a draft, I'll stream it on YouTube. That's usually when I do my non-EQ stuff, right? Tuesday, you know, I'll choose to play EQ sometimes, but sometimes it's, you know, trying new games or whatever, who knows. Thursday, Rise and Grind, we keep it pure. Coffee and EverQuest every week on a Thursday before work. But Sunday, you're here right now, you already know, Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025. We're here, we're live, doing it big every Sunday, you know? The haters, let me tell you, they hate to see it. They wish they could stop us. They can only you know, slow us down a little bit. It's not gonna stop us, right? Not to say that you gotta hate me to attack me. You know, maybe that rogue was showing some love the way rogues do, right? With daggers. Maybe that's it, you know? I'm not taking it personal. Fish gotta swim, rogue gotta stab. They hate us because they ain't us. Exactly. Exactly what it is. What was that one from? That Pineapple Express? Or, what was that other one where they go to North Korea? I like vaguely remember seeing some really weird James Franco flick. Whoops. Was it the interview? Was that what it was called? Does anybody remember that one? Yeah, the interview. Thank you, BG. I only saw that one once, and it was like, it seemed pretty crazy at the time. Two giants is no problem for a mighty bard such as Ludwig van. He's juggling them with ease and style. They're like cheese. Better when super old, lots of mold. Dude, blue cheese has mold in it. You know that? And they did surgery on a grape. That was Chester. You heard that cry? Come here, buddy. Come here. Instead, he lays down. I thought he was going to get on my lap very early in the stream. Like, probably when I still had the starting soon screen on. And it looked like he was getting in a position to jump up on my lap. I was so happy, but he didn't jump up. He just looked at me like, dude. Love that guy. Of all the times to snare stuff, or kite stuff, or do any of the little things I like to do, now would be a good time. But instead, I'm just face tanking. I land is slow. Well, when it's fear, it's not really hitting us much anymore. You know what I could do? More easily crowd control this, perhaps. I just root one, right? I had to take off the shovel because I was procking root too much. What if I procced root too much on purpose? Hey Chester, come here, buddy. Because I got two giants. So now's my chance. He wants to get into the room with the window. There we go. Better late than never. Whoa, I just saw the sickest forum quest burn. Can't believe nobody ever hit anybody with this one. You just have a screenshot of this item here. You know what I mean? And when someone's projecting, you just reply with... It'd be better with the, you know, the tan background, like really classic UI. You know what I mean? Just respond with words of projection. You know what I'm saying? There's a time and a place. And I feel like that time was a decade ago when Forum Quest was the style, right? I know, at least personally, I've transcended. I'm past Forum Quest. I'm not participating. Like TikTok now. You know what I mean? It's all about the TikTokification of EverQuest, right? That's why my UI looks so silly. If you didn't know, you chop off the left, you chop off the right. And now I got a 9x16 ready for the vertical video format, right? All relevant info right here in the center. Not missing, you know what I mean? No context missing here. You got it all. I just got to keep the action framed right here in the middle. We got a good, exciting TikTok, right? You just got to give it some music, maybe some like AI voiceover or something. You know what I mean? You know how it goes. A new era. Forum Quest is, we're past that. Past that. EPIS in the zone. EPIS casting, where are they at? They must be above me. Where is this creep? Oh my god. On the ice giant. All right. Where the Piz are at? E-Piz. Amped out. It's that 300 plat. It's looking tasty. A little bit of a tense situation, you know? We're just out here trying to farm. We're minding our own biz. EPIZ knows better than to hang around right now. 300 plat, that's not worth it. Not worth what's going to happen to you. A little bit, a little bit. I like this vision. Voracious Concord. Flight of the Lissa's Voracious Concord. Back to the task at hand. Not the last we'll see of them, I'm sure. Back at 'em. This is the way to do it, huh? Almost too easy now. Got Light Ghost here, bringing big DPS. A big chunk of plat coming to Ludwig von. I'm not trying to just ninja everything. Sometimes I do ninja stuff, but it's not malicious. Keeping it safe. PvP server, things can change in an instant. You don't want to just leave corpses piled up. It's fine when everything's sweet, but what if it's not sweet? But yeah, I gotta say, I think the Redditor who had done the cliff notes of the THJ lawyer's response, I think they did a good job, right? I appreciate that they summed it up without really missing anything relevant or adding their own opinion at all, right? I think they covered the facts pretty nicely. I wasn't sure. When I first saw it, I was like, it's so repetitive. But I mean, it's a summary, so I mean, if they're summarizing something that's repetitive, the summary is also going to be repetitive. And yeah, it was repetitive. It's basically just like, you let these guys do it, but what about these guys? These guys have been doing it forever. Look how long they've been doing it for. You know what I mean? It's just like, they're not really saying anything. Or anything good, I don't like it. I don't like what they're saying. I feel like I have a pretty strong opinion on this matter right now, And like, maybe the creators of THJ, maybe they're kind of cringing too, reading this. Because, they have lawyers. The lawyers wrote this stuff. Maybe it's not representing their, their feelings down deep, but they're representing them, like, literally in court. So, you know what I mean? Like, this is going to be associated with them, I haven't been reading like their actual names out loud in the suit. I keep saying THJ creators, but in the suit, it's naming these people by name, like straight up. Like they're trying to like kind of slip in an LLC there in the response. Like you saw, like that's part of it. Like come on, look at the LLC, not us. But I don't know. I don't know, dudes. We'll see how that part goes too. There's a lot of like kind of origami, and it's got to unfold. You know, we got to like see under what's tucked in over there. What's under that? You know what I mean? We'll find out. We'll find out. Can't wait. You know, waiting with eagerly awaiting to find out. Not maybe not eager, but just like I'm intrigued. You know what I mean? Like I can't get enough of this EQ drama. You know, even though it's not my server and it's not a PvP server, it's interesting. Oh hey, while we're waiting on a pop here, I before I forget, I'm gonna change the pinned link. Okay, you see that pinned link is the Discord. Hey, last chance before the pinned link changes. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and click it. Do I have any desired outcome for the lawsuit? I hope that everybody lives happily ever after and the community stays whole, right? I think THJ definitely came up with something that people like, right? The changes they made ended up creating, you know, I kept calling it almost like a new game, right? Almost like it's still very much in that sentence. It's not a new game. It's still EverQuest, but it's like seeing three classes combined, you're able to do so much more. It was almost like a new game, sure. And people were clearly enjoying it, right? Uh like a measurable quantity of people were enjoying it, and some were even spending a measurable quantity of money to enjoy it more, right? So I think it proves the community is there. The community wants and likes, right? It's EQ'd if it was an ARPG kind of D2-ish. Interesting take. Thank you for that interpretation, Manitoid. It's good to see you. Hey, the question of the day today, if anybody hasn't answered, is what's your favorite game besides EQ? I gotta know. But I think my desired outcome is that the community stays whole one way or another. You know, I mean, if THJ loses this, I hope Daybreak kind of picks up the pieces and gives people what they want. And if THJ wins, I hope, you know what I mean, it's they're able to do what they want with the changes they made. However, I don't necessarily see the THJ argument holding up as it stands. They see a lot of things that like don't really necessarily justify everything. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to get. You say Monsters and Memories, but you're a little biased. Hey, so you must be excited about the big tests coming up, right? I know they got their This is the last round of stress tests or the second to last round coming up. I haven't tried it yet. I'm waiting for the full thing. I haven't dove in yet, but I've definitely been keeping my eye on it. Looks like something I will enjoy when the final product is here. Second to last, cool. So, the thing about Monsters and Memories is it's not going to face any of these same troubles, right? Even if it's like a very EQ-like game at heart, it's wholly distinct, right? It's just another fantasy game when it comes down to it. It might have, it might wear its influences right on its sleeves, but I feel like it's not, you know, not in the same boat as, you know, like THJ is in the crosshairs, right? We know why. It's the money. I feel like any talk about you know what I mean, population or server popularity or timing versus a TLP, you know what I mean? Like I feel like that's a distraction from the true heart of the matter, which is the money. THJ pulled in some bucks. I think Daybreak wants those bucks, you know? What it comes down to. Swanee85, that's good that Eminem's not breaking any copyright. If we're to listen to THJ lawyers, neither is THJ or any EQ Emu server really, because it's the players, right? It's the users who are, you know, using titanium files, right? It's our bad. I thought that out of everything in the THJ lawsuit, like that's the part that I don't think I'll ever be able to get over slash let them live it down. You know what I mean? Like you really pointed the fingers at the users. It's a bold strategy. Let's see how it plays out. You know. Honestly, that might be one thing that I didn't really see covered in the Redditor's Cliff Notes. Let me see. Hey, Splendid Genesis, you still watching? Hit me up. If so, a certain corpse is inquiring if the res is still available. Let me see here. I want to read this again. I want to look at the Redditor Cliff Notes and see if they bring up the part about pointing the finger at the users. I feel like I didn't notice that in the Cliff Notes, and it wasn't until I really gave it the deep dive today on stream. Yeah, so they kind of the way they summed up that whole section was saying that it's open source, developed by fans, not Daybreak's proprietary software. It doesn't copy EverQuest source code or use protected materials. I think right there they probably should have added in the part that THJ lawyers added in, right? That actually it's us. It's anybody playing is the one who's actually, you know, using EverQuest stuff. Uber doesn't need to follow taxi laws because they're a software company, right? Yeah, I know. It's, you know, you could say anything you want. You pay a lawyer enough and they'll say anything in court for you, I guess. But you know, will the judge buy it? Is the real test. The part that makes me nervous about that is like, what if, you know, what if they do take this as a actual like point, you know, like good point. It is the users, and they start, you know, going after all the servers because, you know, you're right. here's the linchpin of the whole thing is the titanium files or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, who knows? I don't want to say the sky is falling. I don't want to get into a whole darkness stream where it's doom and gloom. You know what I mean? No. Staying positive. We're enjoying EverQuest for 5,000 more years. Flowers of happiness forever. You know, we're Constance the Northern Star over here. Hope you know. What's going on in here? Knowledge is power. Empty. Clear. Secure. Tidy. Sterile. Sterile like the clean room they reverse engineered the code for the servers in, right? None of this is copied and pasted. Not an ounce, not a bit. This is all wholly created. I don't know. The cliff notes. I know I'm flip flopping on this. I'm gonna go ahead and say the cliff notes are not sufficient because they don't really convey the tone of the filing, right? If you just read the cliff notes, you know, you do notice the glaring lack of any talk of the money, right? Like that's missing, and that says more than the words could ever say. But you know what I mean? Like the person who took the time to sum it up, they don't tell you just how, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's the way I'm reading it, but some of this word choice and some of this like finger pointing, it's like, oh my god, it's ridiculous. Anyways, let's talk about our favorite games. Let's get back to that. I really, really, really enjoyed, but was also bad at Darkwing Duck on the NES. That was a huge game for me growing up. I would get real into it. I'd be all over the place. My parents called it the Darkwing Shuffle because I'd be like, if I had to go left, I'm like dodging left, dodging, you know what I mean? Like holding that little Nintendo controller like tight, like my life depended on it. You know what I mean? That game had a strong impression on me, but I don't know if it was ever my favorite even then. I think it was too scary to be my favorite. That game was so hard to me as a kid. I thought it was so brutal. But I liked it. When I think favorite game, like, I don't know. It's always like, what am I playing the most recently? You know, sometimes my favorite game is Volatro. Sometimes my favorite game is Slay the Spire. Sometimes my favorite game is trying to think. Definitely Age of Empires. That's been one of my favorites historically. I haven't played it in a long time, but it was so good. Tony Hawk, especially Tony Hawk 2. I feel like that was very worthy of mention. Put a lot of hours in. I was good at it. Or at least I like to think I was good at it. I know they got like a remaster. I think it's on sale right now, actually, for the next 5 days. Maybe just maybe I'll look into that. Anyways, hope that druid doesn't try to pop in on us mid-fight. That would sure be annoying, right? That would sure be rude. That rude druid made an appearance again. Let's see what happens. I don't think Epiz wants the smoke. Just what I think, but what do I know? Hegadan, what's going on? You say Darkfall is your favorite game? Best PvP game ever made? I'll have to check that out. Darkfall. Sounds familiar. I'm carefully listening to everybody's suggestions. If it's a game I've never heard of, I'm intrigued. You know what I mean? Because listen, we all got good taste here. That's why we're here. We're EverQuest enjoyers enjoying EverQuest. You know what I mean? I feel like we all got that in common. Unless you just really like me, in which case you're welcome here too. No, I'm sure it's the EverQuest. Let's face it. Not running anymore. No, that sucks. They should stop killing games or something. That'd be cool. Was it one of those? It's just servers cost too much to run, so bye bye. We got into a little scufflage out here. Oh yeah, but I said I was gonna pop a new link, right? That was I got way off topic. What else is new? I get off topic all the time. I was talking about the Discord. And I was like blah 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 Discord, such as where I linked the THJ stuff. Yeah. Anyway, the Discord link is there. If you're not a member of the Discord yet, come on down. What are you waiting for? Water's fine. But act fast because it's about to get replaced by this link. That's the YouTube, right? If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel and you have a YouTube account, well, you're probably missing out on, this or that. Occasionally I go live on YouTube, just chill, no mic, no cam, just playing some games. I streamed Numbers Go Up yesterday. I love that game. I don't know if it's one of my favorites yet, but it's certainly keeping me entertained. I love watching numbers go up. Always have. Always will. Simple pleasure. But it's not a simple game. The game's getting crazy, honestly. It's getting wildly fun. I don't know if I'd recommend it to everyone, but if you really liked Lemonade Tycoon back in the day, and you've looked for other incremental clickers / management sims that take it to a whole crazy level. Oh, it's the best one I found so far. But I understand it's a very specialized interest. Let's face it. You know what I mean? Not for everybody. I probably lose more subscribers on YouTube every time I stream that game than you know what I mean, than I'll gain, but they could just scroll past. That's the alternative. People see me play a game that's not EverQuest and they're like, he quit EverQuest and we have nothing in common. I didn't. Listen, I'm not quitting EQ no more. EQ's gonna have to quit me. I'm in it to win it. I think we killed them all, right? 1, 2. Watch me play Backpack Wars. Now I have 60 hours in it. Oh yeah, that game is like so addicting. I'm glad that you enjoyed watching it, and you know, what's up? I wish they knew that it was me, right? I'm like, I'm one of their biggest cheerleaders right now. I swear, I'm always trying to get the backpack love going. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say it. That's one of my favorites. It's so pure. You know what I mean? It's like it's everything a game needs and nothing it doesn't. You know what I mean? And you can kind of play at your own pace, and it's fun. It's definitely fun. It could be frustrating if you're not getting, the shop's just not giving you what you want. That can be frustrating, but hey, it is what it is. I like run-based stuff like that. I was having a ton of fun on Dungeon Clawler, which is reminds me a lot of Slay the Spire, right? Instead of a deck, you got the claw machine loaded up with what would be the cards in your deck. And you actually have a little bit of control over your turn, right? You want to do attacks? You pick up the attack moves. You want to block? Pick up your shields. You know what I mean? It adds a layer of like kind of skill to it, which I thought was cool. I appreciate it. It's hard for me to think of games other than the most recent game I played. You know what I mean? They have to really stand out. So that's why I feel like anything that I can think of is probably an honorable mention at the very least. I never. I'm not gonna say I never got into first-person shooters. My favorite FPS was probably like Unreal Tournament, right? I freaking love that one. But I don't know if any FPS would make it into my top list. That's just me. I enjoy them. I'll put some hours in them, you know, if I'm on a kick like that. Certainly. But that's just me. I like a good grindy RPG. You know? I'll play a Final Fantasy save for like 999 plus, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Easily. That's fun to me. That being said, I think Final Fantasy VIII might be my favorite FF. I know that might be blasphemy, but it really might be. When I first played it, I didn't like it. I wanted to hate it, in fact, because it was popular to shit on at the time, and it wasn't seven, right? Seven was such a friggin' world-changing banger that you know, it's hard to follow. And eight being a game that's not seven, it's like boo, bring back seven. But you know, then I got a little older and I revisited it, and I was like, you know what, I really like this. And then I got into the triple triad, and you know, you don't want the smoke. Still online. Hmm. Interesting. Maybe we should take the high zone. The high ground. Anyways. A little bit of intrigue over here, right? I'm carrying 400 plat. It's a tasty little purse. Gotta get up high. Still climbing. Take off some of these bright ass lights. I have a feeling he's way up here. Right? Ever been way, way up here? Maybe you've never had a reason to. But I play on the PvP server. You know? I'd say location, location, location. Positioning is everything. And if I was a wizard, I would want to be way above, yeah, you know, anybody. Want to be raining down nukes from super high up. So I'm trying to think like a wizard, right? Probably. You know, he's probably like buffing up. He sees some people and he's hungry for it. It's just my guess. I'm wildly speculating, as I'm known to do. Just wait here for a few minutes, you know? He'll never know. He's going to gate back thinking he has the high ground. He'll never know that I'm up here. How would he know? It's totally a secret between me and you. Right? Anyways, I got jokes. I got jokes. Just sit here for a sec. We're waiting on repops anyway for the most part. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I might play Tony Hawk. All this Tony Hawk talk. I might download the remaster. It looks like it controls the same. If it controls the same, then it'll be like riding a bike, I'm sure. I haven't played it in decades, but I bet I still know what to do. Like to think anyway. We'll see. It was on a good sale. Right? I'm always, you know me. You know me in a Steam sale. Steam sale hates to see me coming. I think it's on sale until like August 8th or something like that. Decent discount, maybe 75% off or something like that. I think it's normally $60 for 1 and 2 remastered. I think it's $15. That's still, you know what I mean? Like $15 can buy me like half a dozen or more indie games, especially on sales. So, you know, it's still a bit of a splurge for old cheapskate Chewy. Just, you know, I work hard for the money. I'm not trying to I'll just give it away to these game makers who make games that I love. Nice. Guy's still online. I'm just gonna give it a couple minutes. I'm in no rush right now. Chilling. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want it. But I think he doesn't have mana. Right? How long does it take to get full mana on a wizard? Probably a while. Right? Potentially quite a while. Especially buffing up. You're doing this, you're doing that. If he's feeling brave, he still could be coming. I don't know if I want to give up the high ground yet. But if he's watching, he's probably waiting for me to give up. You know? I've almost killed this guy a few times. That's why I know he's a wizard. He gets away. Gets that gate off. You know what I mean? If this is where he's been gating to, you know, I told you my theory. I think he's going to be right here. Right? This is the high ground. Very high. I mean, maybe he's somewhere over there, a little lower, but this is my theory. Love called Markar the Stephen Baldwin of the family. So who's Alec? Which one's Haley? This would be the spot to bow quest from, you know? And by here, I mean just anywhere way up here, right? The moon. Launch arrows from Luckland. That's the style. Anyway, I'm giving up the high ground. Sometimes I go in a little early. That was a little early. But yeah, as for favorite games, I'm definitely gonna have to try out some of the stuff that was mentioned. I'm definitely excited to give DOSBox a try as a potential fix for my Lords of Magic issue. Honestly, that probably is one of my favorite games. Like, honest to goodness game, very fun. From what I remember, because I haven't gotten it to play right. Right, I can get it to work perfectly as long as the window is currently being dragged. Lords of the Realm. Yeah, yeah, I'll try that one. I'll try them all. You know, if I can get a working version. So I bought Lords of Magic on Steam, but I hear there's a GOG version or whatever. You know, that could be my fix too. One way or another. I want to get to the bottom of that because I really liked it. Lords of Magic, it had another mode, right? It was like a campaign mode that felt a little unfinished, but I appreciate where they were going with it. But as far as just like, you know, running a game on it, oh, it was very satisfying. A lot of replay value. Death was overpowered. Having to beat death, ridiculous. That was I think the end of the game. If you defeat death, you win. So, and then you finally unlock death, and then if you play as death, it's like easy mode. Honestly, they're too strong. It's fun. Anyway, taking the high ground again. Don't tell Markar. Supposed to be a surprise. He was here, somewhere in the zone. Icos is a ranger and said he tracked in this direction, so I'm just, shooting a guess over here. I think he's up here. Maybe he wasn't bound there. Maybe he was just camped there, popped in and gated to his bind. Who knows? But maybe as a wizard, maybe he gated to, South Row or something. Problem with Lords of the Realm 3 on Steam, not sure. Like be able to see a victory screen, got the CD Longo, stays in the drive, works great, nice. Hey, sometimes that's the best way, you know? Not always the easiest way. Yeah, it's kind of a shame when you spend money on Steam for a game just to find out that it's not really compatible with modern systems. It's like, why are you charging me money on Steam? I guess like that's what refunds are for, and I was too stubborn for that. I'm convinced I'll make it work. I'm like years past the refund window now. But Is Lords of the Realm kind of the same thing where it's turn-based as far as on the over map, but then you go into a location, dungeon, whatever, and then it's like real time, a pausable real time, kind of like um, the first Baldur's Gate is probably the closest thing I can equate the combat to. Like Baldur's Gate 2, Baldur's Gate 1, where you know, spacebar to pause, tell your guys commands, unpause it, or just play it, you know, full steam, full speed, but obviously that'd be harder. It's kind of like a turn-based slash real-time mix, which I thought was interesting. I'm not sure how pausable real-time works in multiplayer. I only played single player. I had enough fun, enough replay value just with that. I think the thought of I was kind of scared of the thought of a multiplayer game, just how long it would take, right? The game took outrageously long as it was. So to try to, you know, let other people take turns too. I think it was 8 teams or something like that. Maybe, yeah, it was 18. Order, Chaos, Life, Death, Earth, Air, Water, Fire. That's 8 teams. So imagine how long a game would take with 8 teams. Because just having one player and 7 bots, and the bots took their turns fast. It was still, you were still playing this game for all day. I don't know. That's Lords of Magic. I'm pretty sure it's in the same kind of universe, or at least it's similar. All right, let me link that let me pin the YouTube link, right? That's the YouTube. If you haven't subbed to the YouTube yet, it's free. It would help me out a ton. I would really appreciate it. But even if you don't, I appreciate you anyway just for being here on Twitch today. It means the world to me. Never played first one. Lords of the Realm 2 is turn-based using seasons. Lords 3 is real-time strategy. Interesting. So they kind of evolved as the series went. That is interesting. So I wonder if it's more similar to the first one or possibly the second one, or maybe it's its whole own thing. The way they handle turns in a lot of people say second one's the best. Interesting. Which one's your favorite? You said 3? Or you said 2? You said 3. 96. What a good year for gaming, you know what I mean? Like PC gaming, I should say. I mean gaming in general. Like the 90s were amazing. I feel like 2 and 3, they're both great. There were so many games to play. Being pulled in all directions. You know what I mean? I feel like the 64 was about to launch. When was that? 96, 97, right? Somewhere probably around Christmas. 96 would be my guess. Let me see. In America, at least. It was June 96. I was right on the year. Yeah, 96 was amazing. So, think of what was going on with PlayStation at the time that N64 released. You know what I mean? Like, PlayStation had some amazing titles too. There was still when was Dreamcast? Was that 98? Look this up. 98 in Japan. 99 North America. Good action on red. Hey, roll one up. You know, there's always something. There's always something going on in Throbgrave. Honestly, there was like a war here in Everfrost Permafrost yesterday. That's why I'm here right now. I thought we we begin some action. But you know how it goes. They don't want the smoke. But don't let the low population fool you. This server is hopping. This server is lively. We get it in. Get a couple little heals on real quick. And if you do play, I'll hook you up with some gear if you want. You know what I mean? Like, the server's been around a long time. There's no shame in, you know, taking a little handout. You know, uphill battle anyway. Still, you know, you'll still get your grind on. Don't worry about that. But it's just, you know, helps out at the low level. Even a little bit goes a long way, you know? I don't mind. You don't do grouping. It'd be fun having the hidden element of danger. Yeah, it is always lurking. You get used to hitting /who, or you know, you can set up so it auto presses it with some key or whatever. Yeah, head on a swivel. Exactly. It's a good way to put it. It's gotta know. You know, I like to do /who all occasionally. See who's on the whole server. Nice player base, but kind of tough love at times. Yeah. Yeah. When it comes down to it, we're all EQ enjoyers. Oh, that's good. I have 0 channel on it. So it's coin loot only, so all your gear will be safe if anything goes down. But your coin, you know, to the victor goes the spoils. So I'm out here slinging 400 plat around like it's no thing. 500 plat really if you count the gold. Now I'm low HP. Who knows? Who knows what could happen, you know? I should probably be a little cautious. I don't even have J-boots on, you know? I'm out here lacking. It's actually faster for me to chain cast this heal, the BP click heal, versus sitting, you know? Done the math. Crippling blow, there we go. And as for XP, I feel like I got it like 10% here so far. We got a little bit in the hole earlier. Actually, honestly it was going great until we got so rudely jumped and interrupted. I was playing Wipeout, Toxic Battle Cleric, that is. On this, the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025, number 31. Can you believe we're already in the second half of the year? Solidly in the second half. Haven't missed a Sunday yet. Haven't missed a Thursday yet. Not planning on it. The Tuesdays are a new thing, and I'm trying to stay solid with that. One time I had to do it on a Wednesday, right? But I let the Discord know, you know? You guys knew. Any day is Tuesday with the right attitude. You know I brought that attitude on Wednesday. You know. But normally it's Tuesday because it rhymes with Tuesday. And that's the only stream of the week here on Twitch that's not strictly EverQuest, right? All EQ on a Sunday, all EQ on a Thursday rise and grind. But Sunday, you know? I mean, but Tuesday I might choose to branch out, see what's good in the world. It's nice, I think. Change of pace. It's a new thing, right? Started doing that a couple months ago now, right? Tuesdays. because two streams per week, that wasn't enough. Needed just a little more. Had to up 3. I think it's been fun, you know? First, it's in the afternoon, right? Which is different. My Thursday morning stream is like so bright and early. It's not for everyone. Some people aren't morning people like that. But a Tuesday, you know, I'm up. I'm feeling, you know what I mean? It's time to chill in the afternoon. Thursday is more of like a, you know, it's called rise and grind, and that's the vibe. You know, we're getting up, we're ready to take on the world after that quick little stream. Sunday, it's more of like a party, right? I'm trying to kick back, trying to have some fun, enjoy EQ all day long, uninterrupted on a Sunday, just like, you know, don't gotta go to work, don't gotta do this or do that, just gotta play the game. Play the game the way Brad intended. And since we're on P99, the way Rogan intends, right? Single box, right? No two boxing on this server. Pretty much any other server will let you do that. Because it's like, I don't want to say a victimless crime, because it's kind of a slippery slope, right? Boxing, I feel like, destroyed the community of EQ as far as like leaning on each other. Nobody was ever self-sufficient back in the day, right? We knew it was a group game. I shouldn't say nobody, but by and large, you know, it was a group game. We understood you need each other, right? And people found an alternative to socialization and, you know, that organic, you know, group mentality. They're like, oh, I could just lean on myself if I play multiple accounts, you know? And that's can be fun. It has its time and it has its place. And I certainly did it back in the day. It became like, you know, once everybody's doing it, you kind of had to do it. They tried to combat that with mercenaries, right? If you had a mercenary, then maybe you wouldn't need to play a second account. But it was too little too late. You know, the damage should be done. We saw what it was like to just, you know, have your pocket cleric or whatever. And it was like the way. At least on the server I played on. I played on, at that point it would have been Zev becoming Druzzle Row. They were merging. Ancient history at this point. PvP server, not really. EQ PvP is fast paced. And as said before, location, location, location. Positioning is everything. It can be hard enough to position your one tune effectively in PvP. But what about 2? Right? It's one of those things where it kind of takes care of itself, but at the same time, you push it so far, it horseshoes back towards problematic. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, PvP servers, maybe if they were able to box, it'd be good because there would just be more people to kill. Sure, until someone starts playing 6 pet classes and just saying pet attack. Yeah, good luck. Good luck fighting that. You know, that becomes a little over the top. You know, whatever. I just play by the rules. The rules here say 0 boxing, so 0 boxing. I just like to, you know, think out loud sometimes, and I think it would help the population of P99 Red, you know, if they made it, like, okay to do. I still wouldn't do it. I like playing 1, you know? I could focus better, and I think I'd be able to, you know, kill 2 boxers. Whatever. I don't think they're going to be making any rule changes on this server anytime soon, if ever. You know what I mean? They've kind of left us to rot. In a decade and a half. Kind of, You know, it is what it is. Not to be too doomy and gloomy. At least, you know, it's here for us. And we occupy it all the time. Every day, people are occupying Red 99. Every day. Anyway, we're talking about favorite games today. That's the question of the day, the topic, the jumping off point. You know, I gotta know. Got a favorite? Are you a any Mario fans in the house? Anybody really get down with a Mario game? Which one? Any you know? Okay, here's a game with Mario in it that I'm gonna go ahead and say. I'm gonna go with it. Super Smash Brothers. Um, which was the one for GameCube? Was that Melee? Or was that Brawl? It's been so long I can't remember. But that's my favorite. My favorite game. I don't even know what it's called. Love it. I feel like it's Melee. Which one was that? I played that game so much, and I would do it again. I would go hard in that game. If that was Melee, if I had a good GameCube and a controller, I'd be playing Melee right now, buddy. That game was friggin' amazing. Double whammy, TOV Dragons getting rooted. Shortly after that, classic WoW comes back. Really? Yeah, that could be a good double whammy, huh? Hurt the pop a little bit. Hey, we always come crawling back, you know? I'm evidence of that. I swore this game off forever. 2025, where am I? Right here. Right here like I never left. You can't keep me away. But yeah, I'm going with it. Super Smash Brothers Melee. My favorite game that's not EQ. And I haven't played it in a decade. But it's stuck with me. So good. So good. Good thing I'm not still sitting and waiting for that wizard, huh? He's offline. I don't think he's coming. At least that's what he wants me to believe. EPIZ. Alright, I got a target. Must be coming up there. Got him on the ropes. Dang, I'm slow as shit without. I need some sal. Getting just totally left behind, left in the dust. Thank you. Where is this? Oh, shooting. They're on the wall. Trying to range this. I don't want the dot. I think I ranged it. Alright, got rid of some buff. Where they at? Did I play Eminem? No, I haven't tried it yet. I'm waiting for the full release. Found him. I didn't go up high enough. Don't! Climb, climb! Get some freaking altitude. Oh my gosh. No altitude. No altitude there. Let's freaking go. They're on the run, huh? Which way? Where'd they go? Shit. Should have brought more arrows. I thought I saw them go this way. I thought I saw some glow. That was pretty fun. High flying action on top of the roof. You saw what they were trying to do, right? They were trying to get me to fall, right? Good strategy, you know? I don't have a ton of junk buffs. I can't like, you know what I mean? I need a ring 8. I need a friggin' Goblin ear. There's a bunch of stuff I need. You know? It'll help. It'll help. Till then, you know? You might be able to catch my Lev. What class you make on red? Anything. Whatever you want to play. You know what I mean? There's no wrong answer. Oh, cheetah. No way I'm catching that. Troll SK, you know it. Style points. You know what? One arrow. Found that one arrow on the vendor. They're so fast, right? Spirited Cheetah is just outrageously fast. No way. You know? If they turned at all, then I'm off track from them. If they didn't turn at all, well, I wonder what they're up to. The only thing about Spirited Cheetah is it overrides your Spirit of Wolf, and then you got to reapply Spirit of Wolf after. The only reason I'm still chasing. It's on his solo well. Yeah, I mean, if you do play with, you know, if you want to play with a crew, we got a nice little crew here. Flowers crew, you know? You don't have to solo. But that being said, you know, you might find some opportunities too. All right, Epiz back to full health. Hey, I see Throb Grave online. What's up? Watch out for you know, there's some people who like to look for players that aren't hiding their location with /roll or /anon. So you know, you're shining like a beacon to those types right now. But hey, if you like that sort of thing, more power to you. Necro's a great choice. You know what I mean? There's so many good spells you can cast. So many situations that they're like one of the best choices. Good in PvP. You're, you know, great in PvE. If you like Necro, then you're gonna have a great time. I found him. Climbing the wall again. A little height. They get enough height to go up high. Like they went over, just over and past. And duck in. You know, come fight me. You know where to find me. Better pick than what you picked on RZ. Hey, Yonder Wiley. If you could go back and do it all again, you would have picked a Necro, you think? Shaman first. Clip into walls and life tap people. Yeah, if you play a gnome, there's a lot of little hiding spots for you. For sure. Confirmed. On, huh? Maybe when I have more plat, you know? Maybe it'll be worth a try. Sal pots on alts, too good to pass up. Yeah, smart move, honestly. Brahmi into zone. We got a Brahmi in the zone. I do believe he's level 60. I don't think. They don't allow multi-boxing. Correct. Oh, Thunder Pig. Level 60s abound. Yeah, P99 doesn't allow it at all. So that's the rule, you know? Just live by that. And don't go behind zone lines. That's the secret rule. That's the secret bonus rule that they never told anybody. What was happening in OOC? I didn't clock this earlier. Right. So that is almost like boxing, right? If you really like, you can't get enough. You just need to play multiple at a time. You can play on blue, you could play on green, and you could play on red all at the same time. You could even log in on the same computer and alt tab between them, right? I feel like that's, that's an alternative. Sure, you're not like buffing yourself or healing yourself or doing any of the things that, people normally box to do. But if, you know what I mean? If you're one of those people that just can't break that habit slash whatever, like it's not EQ to you if you're not boxing, just do it like that, pretend. That'd be my answer. Or play on a different server, you know? I don't want boxing here, so not really tolerant. Be right back. I hope nobody jumps me while I'm AFK. Rob Grave. It's okay. P99 is just getting started in the scheme of things, you know? Like, yeah, maybe some of the best days were in the early days, but I'd like to believe, I want to believe that one day they're going to launch a fresh, you know, hopefully it's a red server, but that's just me. I want to believe, you know? Maybe the disclosure of the Quorum agreement maybe, you know, made it a little harder to believe, but I still want to believe. And current THJ lawsuit things have me maybe cautious to believe, but I still want to. But that being said, you know, it's not too late. It's not too late. It's still the game. Still the best classic experience we have of it, you know? It feels pretty damn good. The time is now. Good practice for Eminem. Yeah, Eminem is like the new hotness for sure. Everybody's talking Eminem. I'm waiting for the full launch. I'll watch the alphas and I'll, you know, I like what I'm seeing so far. But, you know what I mean? I'm waiting. Patient. Whoop. Big stun. Huge stun. Yeah, too bad I didn't get the kill on Epiz way on top of the tower there, huh? You know, a good, like, critical hit might have done something for me. But that would, just because the excitement of it all. I feel like even with no kill shot, that was still, like, good, fun EverQuest PvP combat, you know? The likes of which, I gotta say, you don't always see, you know? As somebody who's always, you know, top priority trying to record good EverQuest combat, you know, like it's not an everyday thing. I wish it was. It's, you know, a lot of times you catch somebody AFK, or a lot of time, you know what I mean, you catch somebody with their pants down and it's one-sided. And that's EQ. Got Epiz back. Epiz in their pants. Oh boy, I'm about to act. Bro, I'm low HP. Why are you doing this now? How rude. How stinking rude. You fizzled? I thought you were a caster. Right. It's hard to seal the deal unless you could pop the mighty. I thought about it, to be honest, but it wasn't really like, we weren't there yet. Just lick my wounds in here real quick. Ain't no thing. Anyway, I was just talking about exciting EverQuest combat. Do we have some more? Honestly, it's been a pretty exciting day. This was the kind of action I was hoping to get for the number 30 stream, if you recall, for weeks and weeks. I'm hyping up number 30. I'm going to be on a level 30 in Mistmore. Come on down, you know? Thinking with enough notice they'd actually bring some smoke. They did not. Not at all. One player showed up and ran today. You know, no hype, no friggin' pre-known information. I didn't even know what I was doing this morning. We've gotten almost too much action. I say almost. Never. Never too much. Letting me heal. So nice. If I was them, I'd be keeping the pressure on me, I think, you know? Don't want to let me heal up. Fable is up there. Shiny Good, thank you for the question of the day answer. Along with Skyrim and WoW, of course. And there's solid choices, you know what I mean? Like big popular choices. And good company. I think a lot of people very much enjoy those. So Fable. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. I like that one a lot. Played I thought it was a little short, the first one. You know me, I like to grind forever. I like to really get into it for 999 plus hours, you know? Fable, short but sweet. Reacquainted with my buffs real quick. Silky Lobster says The Sims 3. Good answer. Now, does The Sims 3 have cars? The Sims 4 does not have cars, right? And I don't. Something about that always bugged me, right? I feel like that's if we're simulating life. Let's face it. Some people have cars. You played Fable 1, 2, and 3? I don't even know if I ever saw Fable 3. There's cars in Sims 3, nice. Oblivion was your introduction to RPGs? Hey, nice. I watched quite a bit of Oblivion played, but I never played it for myself. Get back into this task at hand over here. For some reason, I feel like there's going to be a pesky druid just a sitting and a meta and a waiting. Probably all buffed up. Oh, there's also a rogue. Boo. Alright, I don't know if I got a 2v1 in me right now. 1v1 is fun. 2v1, come on. Come on, I'm trying to thrive today. Hmm. Just need a silent move. I got a plan. Stable quest, baby. Loot rules on red are coin loot only. So, you know, if you catch some troll warrior sitting around in permafrost with 500 plat on him, you know, you can get a nice payday. Otherwise, for the most part, if somebody's out picking fights, looking for somebody, you know they just hit the bank. So it's like getting jumped is a high risk, low reward situation, right? I said it a million times. Pick your battles. They're trying to pick their battle on me, and I'm saying no, 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 not today. I'm picking my battle on you, right? That's what I'm saying. Anyway, we might come full circle on this stream and end up right back where we started. Back in Oasis of Mar, right? I was soloing on a Shadow Knight this morning. Right. Coin XP loss to mobs is still a thing. It's still EverQuest as far as corpse runs, XP loss. It's just like blue, it's just like green. However, for some reason, clickies have cast times on our server. A lot of them, you know, Golem Wand, stuff like that. Some of them are totally nerfed against players altogether. Like anything with a life tap, you probably can't click against a player. Anything that's roots, probably can't click against a player. You know? I feel like we're lucky we can even Golem Wand still, but it has a cast time. And we can't recharge items on vendors in the way that blue players and green players enjoy. We're not allowed to, you know? Anyway, this is one of my Shadow Knights. This is Pewee. This is powerful Chewy, right? If Nui is nice Chewy, this is powerful Chewy. Or maybe it's petty Chewy. It depends who you ask. But I had one of my biggest paydays on this server in the past month. Yonderwiley, if you saw that clip of me defeating that gnome wizard right here in Oasis, it was right on Spectre Island. I caught a dude with 800 plat. Caught him big. Caught him bigly with Orc Friend. Anyways, like I said, it's stable quest. You know, they're over there stressing over what my warriors doing. Nah, I'm over here playing a Shadow Knight. Think you're gonna stop me? No, I'm still playing EverQuest. Anyway, like I said before, too bad I didn't get a kill shot on that druid right there up high. That would have been like some crouching tiger, hidden dragon type action. We were like, you know what I mean? From the top of the cliff to the castle crenellations. 800 plat is very atypical. I would say yes, right? Like I said, I think it's my best on this server, at least in recent history. I got 900 plat off somebody on ROZ. Not naming any names, you know. I love all viewers and everybody's cool, you know. It was a different time. We weren't acquainted yet, really. But yeah, we're just getting started over here. I'm back in Oasis of Mar. Oops, stunned by the spec. Taking some beats. Oh, you're playing Pantheon's PvP server at release? I played that a little bit on release too. Me and Chilogan played together on and streamed it a couple times when the PvP server released. You know, it was fun for a little bit, but oh boy, talk about unpolished, unfinished. You know what I mean? Like they got some work to do. But it was fun for what it was for a time. There was some real PR mishandlings, I would say too, right? Some bad PR in the Discord communications, right? You know it's bad when you got to stop people from leaving the emotes, right? You weren't able to reply to their posts anymore with emotes because there's too much clown reacts happening. Easy PK's crew. Yeah, he might have been in he was either in Faceless or the other one, yeah. What was it called? Rise of Zack? Yeah, Kegadin, you were in Faceless, right? Faceless tax collectors or whatever. I was representing EQ, and by that I mean Stephanie EverQuest, reporting for duty. I should have tried to get a guild named EverQuest so I could have EverQuest after Stephanie in my name. I wanted to have a last name, and I found out you couldn't do that, and that pretty much immediately took the immersion right out of me. It's like, oh, okay. That was fun. I only cast nukes. I didn't bother learning any other strategies. I was a wizard. I nuked, and it was fun. And especially when Chilogan was helping me, we were getting a ton of kills. When I was solo, I'd get a good amount of kills too, but then I'd get teamed up on. Not enough RP stuff. Yeah, it felt very like you knew you were in a game, right? I never got immersed. Okay, I shouldn't say I never got immersed. When it got dark out, I started to get a little immersed. I like that playing by torchlight style gaming. You know what I mean? Like that's immersive, and I was starting to really enjoy that. But then the sun comes back out again, and you're playing a game again. It's like, oh yeah. Make a sound. Moving in silence. The climb mechanics was an interesting touch, right? Like, I really I saw a lot of potential there. I was watching Chill Logan play before the PvP server launched when he was doing his big grind. He was doing a lot of exploration with the climbing. And just like, and I saw a lot of potential there. I'm like, okay, this seems cool, but it's like there wasn't too much out there. You can climb and climb and climb, but like, where are you going? You ain't going. You know what I mean? Come back to where the stuff is. Nothing for you. I don't know. Maybe I just blinked and missed it, but I could have sworn there was like no real payoff for that. Sure, it opens up later in game. Yeah, when they program it, when they add it, you know what I mean? I feel like that was the real issue. It's just there's nothing there yet. Just getting started over here. We got. Oh, let's get on the bard. Why not? Running amuck. Keeping them guessing. If they're on their way to Oasis, they're too late. Moved on. No? Past that. I'm over that. Place is dead anyway. Over here. Let's see what we see. I don't know Will-O-Wisp. Not familiar. If they're in the city proper, there's not much I could do about it. I don't have the faction here. I don't think. And not really. I can't slash target. So, get back. That was a quick bard session. Sometimes I do a lot of hopping, right? Hop here, hop there. See what I see. I wonder if Will-O-Wisp is the same as all the other players with Willow in the name, you know? There's a few. it's good when I'm typing too fast for my password. Alright. Let's finish this strong. You could say we're just getting started on the last like 20 minutes of the stream. So if you haven't answered the question of the day yet, question of the day as a reminder, what's your favorite game besides EQ, of course, you know? Got some Fable enjoyers in the house. We got some Dark Souls enjoyers in the house. Out of everything been mentioned so far today, that's one that I definitely need to check out because what am I waiting for? You know what I mean? Like, it started a whole like genre. Let's see. Let's see. Where is this fiend? Where they at? Keeping my eyes peeled. Right? I feel like they're up here somewheres. They're not up here, but they will be. I should take off my light source again. You know it's getting bad when I got two light sources. The stats are good though. I normally don't play with them at all. Oh, there's somewheres. Casting. They're trying to draw me into a trap, perhaps? Perhaps. How'd I know? How'd I know? Poisoned. Hmm. Let's get on, let's see. I got an idea. I got an idea. Can't stop me. Well, unfinished business. Doing that thing. It'll let me in momentarily. Anyway, what's your favorite game though? Anybody a Tetris enjoyer? I like the music, right? If I had to pick like best music in a game, it's up there, right? A little repetitive, but it's classic for a reason. Think about it a lot, you know? One of those soundtracks that'll just stick with you. I was always, you know, I grew up on Dr. Mario more than Tetris, I do say. Similar, right? Similar vibe. See what we see over here. I had some unfinished business on this shadow. Zone's clear. I really want to get Lev Cloak. Shadow Knight. One of the few things he's missing. Got to finish off his eye patch. I thought this would be eye patch number 6 for me on Shadow Knights. It'll only be my 5th Shadow Knight with an eye patch when I finish it. But, you know, alright, gotta get started somewhere. When I say I'm working on the eye patch, I only have the Lodi piece, right? That's like the easy piece, let's face it. Still gotta do the whole storm feather hunt. Which, you know, once upon a time I had no problem. I would just log on my druid, port into Iceclad, charm a wolf, and I'd say, hey wolf, attack storm, right? And it'd be like, attacking storm feather master, and I'd be like, oh, perfect. Let's go, you know? Who needs it? Who wants it? Let's go. And, you know, same with Lodi, same with Dire Wolf Stalker, right? My pet was always plugged in. He knew. My pet, like, really knew what was hot in these streets. Now, you know what? My pet just don't know anymore. Just doesn't know. You had to crawl out of bed to answer the question of the day. Hey, I'm glad you're here, Chilogan. We're just getting started. Back to bed, and just like you're just getting started on your sleeping. I appreciate you answering that. Counter Strike 1.6, very specific, very specific. Yeah, you might be. No, you're not the first. But you're one of the first FPS answers question today. One of the first, but not the first. Chunk of meat. Miss some PvP action? Well, okay. Chilogan, you know what I always say about choosing your battles? They're trying to choose a battle for me. You know? I'm just not participating in that. Just straight up. Straight up not, you know what I mean? Nobody's going to force me to do anything I don't want to. You know what I mean? They're going to have to fight me on my terms. So, yeah. They can yap. That's all they can do. Green text. No yellow. I was fighting Epiz. We were having some good like crouching tiger, hidden dragon stuff, but they tried to lure me into a trap. You know what I mean? Zone over into the Brahmi with the friggin' the poison loaded on his dagger. No. That sounds like some dishonest trickery. You know? I'm not going to stand for it. Not today. Not today. Not on a Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest in 2025. And especially not on number 31. Guess what? That's today. That's right now. And it's not going to happen on number 32 either. That's next week. Okay? Without fail. Like clockwork. I'm here playing EQ. You know? Nobody's going to stop me. It's it's like whack-a-mole with me. You know what I mean? I'm just popping up somewhere else. They gotta actually connect with the mole if they want to do anything. That ain't happening. Not happening. I am a little low on HP on this guy though. Maybe I should be careful. Yeah, green text. Lesson of the day. If I had to take away one thing I learned today, I gotta refill my sal pots, right? Dimdim's running, limping around J-boot speed. That's all well and good, you know? They're trying to keep up with a fleeing druid. Then you're gonna wish you had that little sal pot. You know, just one charge, just in my back pocket, just a little quick sip. Oh yeah, we'd be golden. Also out of arrows, fully out of arrows. It's been a long day, you know? We're just getting started over here, perhaps, but we're also, you could say, 7 hours deep. In those 7 hours, you know, some arrows were fired, but I feel like there was a lot more times where arrows should have been fired, but instead, you know, empty quiver. You know, it is what it is. Be prepared. That's what they taught me in Boy Scouts, and it's like I forgot. Anyway, I had promised that we were going to celebrate reaching the follower goal today by playing a little serenade in honor of the late great Chuck Mangione, right? I was going to play my favorite Chuck Mangione song, you know, at least my saxophone interpretation of it, because, you know, he played flugelhorn and he was one of the best to ever do it, let's face it. That being said, I think I'm going to do that on Tuesday, right? The day's sort of gotten away from me, right? Time flies when you're having fun, and nothing really equals fun to me. Quite like a little scuffle, a little EQ PvP action, you know, win, lose, or draw. Love it. I love it, and I loved it so much. The next thing you know, it's like 1 p.m. I don't even have time to put my saxophone together. I got to jet out to lunch. right? In about 5 minutes. So consider this your last chance to answer the question of the day. What's your favorite game besides EQ? Chilogan said Counter-Strike 1.6, right? He had that answer ready. He knew straight up, no hesitation. How about you? What's your favorite? I've been hesitating all over the place. You know, I'm like, ooh, maybe this one. Ooh, maybe that one. I don't know. It's so hard to tell. It's so hard to tell. I'm going with Tony Hawk 2. I'm going to go with it. If I have to pick one. And that being said, I might go ahead and pull the trigger on that Steam sale and get the remaster Tony Hawk 1 and 2 before it's gone, right? It's on sale for a few more days. I think it's like 75% off. I might as well get on that. Your favorite first game was what, Wolfenstein 3D? Today you have no idea. Maybe Monsters and Memories. Monsters and Memories is like the new hotness. Everybody's on that train. And I know I'm going to be on that train too. You know, once the full version releases, I'll be there. I'll definitely be there. Let's see. Let's see. Make a sound move. See if we can't get some little last minute something. Spawn completely, utterly lost and immersed, forced to interact with players. Brad would approve. Love the sound of that. I do. I do love the sound of that. Did I crash? I'm hoping no. Yes. Okay, so it'll just take me a couple minutes to get back in. So let me take this opportunity to, again, not again, I think it's the first time I'll stream that I'm going to point below my picture here. It's at Chewy What a Wookie, right? Type that into your social media of choice, right? Search me up, find me, follow me. Let me bless your feed, right? I do EQ content all the time, all the time. Come on down, you're gonna love it. And also, speaking of come on down, come to the Discord. If you want a fresh link, if you don't know how to get to the Discord, you need the link. Let me know. Otherwise, you know, just a reminder, if you're not already there, what are you waiting for? And the link of the day, right? Pinned in the chat right now. That's my YouTube channel. It would mean a lot to me if you could give me a YouTube sub. They call it subscription, which, you know, if we're thinking in a Twitch frame of mind, it's like, am I begging for your money right now? No, no, no. I would never. I'm always happy if you feel feel inclined to actually spend to support the stream. But I'm not trying to ask you to do that. I'm trying to say YouTube is free to subscribe, right? Come on over to the YouTube. You know, stay plugged in on what's going on over there. And that being said, last chance for some action. Let's see what we see. Silent move. We're back. Muscle lock 4. That's all. That's all it was. Just a little ML. Which of course overrides J-Boots. All right, let's see what we see over here. Anybody in here? Hello, hello, hello. Anybody, in. Perma. Frost. Just nothing but echoes. All right, that being said, looks like everything's secure over here. We got it nice and handled. Ported out. Good. You know? Good. Oh yeah, me. Definitely invite Destard. You're doing group buffs. I'm sure he would appreciate that. It's my new thing. Not my new thing. This is just like, it's the vibe. I'm only participating in combat that I want to participate in. If I don't want it, I'm not gonna. You know? I don't owe Brahmi anything. I don't owe Epiz a fight. If I want to fight, I will. If I don't want to, you know? There's a couple nice little close calls today. Almost got Epiz a couple times. I've gotten them before, you know, just not on stream. But anyway, everybody who's been hanging out today, thank you so much for being here. I think it was like one of the best Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest I've ever had, you know? I hope you enjoyed it. Let's see who we can raid, right? Let's keep this crazy train rolling, okay? Don't leave yet. We're gonna go show some love, right? In form of a Twitch raid, right? It's a raid of love. For EverQuest enjoyers enjoying EverQuest. Just, you know, we enjoyed it here. Big League Chewy. So let's go enjoy it now at, who do we got? Who's streaming? Keep hearing the sound of spells casting and getting all paranoid. Looking at the list here. We got a bunch of people playing. Oh, here we go. Battle Cleric time. If you guys don't know Emir Le Magnifique, he actually taught me a lot about EQ. You know what I mean? This guy knows his stuff. Wonder what he's playing on right now. Maybe Quarm would be my guess. Anyway, show him some love, all right? Show him some love from Red 99. He knows what we're all about over here. That's where I met him. I met him here. I was streaming Red 99 on Twitch, and he came in my chat, and we met him and Casimo. And we met up in game and hung out. You know, great peeps, great peeps. Show him some love. If you haven't followed his channel yet, please do. And I hope to see you again Tuesday, Thursday Rising Ground, Sundays Swamptacular Splash Fest. All right, see you then. Peace out.